Well, good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature. Here with me, Alex and Okakuyo, and rather overcast, as you can see. But we do have the audio of those Unifile as well as the spur file too. There's redneck spur file that we do find up here. And we also spent some time having a look to see where our Egyptian goose family is. We did pick them up yesterday. Lovely new goslings as well that they have with them. And as I did say, it is a little bit overcast, and with that, it is time for us to have a look and see what the weather is doing across the different locations today. So as you would have seen, a rather mild day to be expected here in Okakuyo, at least for Okakuyo standards. But we are just slowly starting to pick up the audio of those Egyptian geese. So I'll look to find them and hopefully get a little glimpse of those young goslings. But the southernmost weavers as well calling. Let's just have a little pan around. Just try and pick them up. I think they are here. Looks like I am wrong. Probably on the other side. Alright, there we go. So you'll be able to see the little goslings there as well. Those little round blobs are indeed goslings. There still are 4 of them, so it'll be interesting to see, perhaps even 5, but definitely make out 4 at least for now. So it'll be interesting to see how many of these guys make it through. Obviously quite vulnerable when they are young, of course needing every bit of protection they can get from their parents as well. So the geese will definitely not take kindly to anyone trying to disturb the family peace. Do have some of those blacksmith lapwings too. Awesome to hear. Lovely bird choruses this morning. Good morning, Brenda. And yes, they really are. It's so awesome to see when they are young, and in fact, just about anything that is a newborn or young, always awesome to see and pick up and kind of then note, their stages of growth, but also kind of what goes on in their day-to-day lives before they do fledge, as is the case with these. So it's a little bit windy. I think we are fine where we are right now, just to keep a look. Obviously, when they get closer to us, so this side of the bank, closest to the camera, we'll try and get a bit closer. But awesome just to have them popping around and milling about at the moment. also just be able to pick up the audio of our European bee-eaters. So lovely, lovely, lovely to see these little goslings with the family. And of course, they are precocial, so they will be already foraging, picking up little bits of grass, grass seed, invertebrates, so little things such as ants and caterpillars, moths, crickets, beetles, earthworms, whatever may be around. They'll also obviously take that too. So they do fledge at roughly around 11 weeks old, so that's when they'll start to fly, so that's about 3 months. And then they will stay with the parents for a few months after that before moving on to kind of set up their own lives. Just interesting to note a bit of the Egyptian goose dynamic that would go on. They are then monogamous after that, so they will mate for life too. So I suppose the next thing after that will be trying to find and secure a mate. So really cool, nice little scene that we have at here already. And it is time for us also to check in with Nick, say good morning to him, and see what's going on in Kariega.
Good morning from the lush, green and beautiful Kariega in the Eastern Cape. Another lovely day that we've got here today, and I'm so glad you could join along and come and see what we can find today. Just to introduce myself, I'm Nick. I'm going to be your photographic naturalist for today, where we're going to talk about some of the animals, some photographic ideas and perspectives and things like that, and see what else comes along our way. You see we've got some giraffe in the background, one male Inyala in the foreground, and a wildebeest lying just behind him that I almost mistook for another Inyala. And then some impala lying down in the grasses. And the giraffe having a friendly sparring session. Olivia, thanks for your comment. A wildebeest and an Inyala together, a strange duo. Yeah, these guys, they both apparently had some New Year's resolutions to make some more friends. So, they're taking it easy together. Yeah, that wildebeest looks like he was kind of lying down, and Inyala doing a little bit of feeding. Yeah, it looks like all three of these giraffes are males. Obviously that one on the left, the youngest one of the three, being the smallest. He's not intimidated by the bigger boys at all. Quite happy to stand up for himself and do his thing. But this is nothing serious though. I mean, if this was a serious fight between two males, you'd see them kind of bracing themselves, putting their legs to the side to brace themselves, secure themselves for a bit of impact, and the thud that gets produced from when the horns hit the sort of the shoulder, the neck region, you can really hear it. It's a really solid type of hit. And these giraffes are incredibly strong. I mean, you can see it's a very slow movement that they're doing here, more of a graceful type of movement than a proper fight, like we said. Giraffe have got a very low body fat on them. Almost all of what is there is muscle. So I've been very lucky to be part of a giraffe darting before. They were moving some giraffes from one area to another. And very interesting with giraffe, when you're darting them, because they're such a tall animal. You know, you look at most animals, you look at like a rhino or something, if you're wanting to move a rhino, you would dart it with a drug called M99, and which basically puts him to sleep, and the rhino will kind of slow down and fall on his side. But for the giraffe, because it's such a tall animal, you can't take that chance, because you can imagine if it falls on its head, it's could be a bit disastrous. So you will dart a giraffe, and you will have 2 ropes that you've got to kind of run alongside the giraffe, and one person holding the rope at one end and the other person on the other end, and you'll be on either side of the giraffe, and you've got to kind of help to slow the giraffe down, just so it doesn't collapse on the ground. And anyways, what I was trying to get to was that when the giraffe was down, I was lucky enough to be able to feel it, and very small amounts of body fat on giraffe, just muscle. I was so intrigued by that, because I always thought there might be a bit more sort of body fat around the legs and things like that, but very hard, very muscular.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
Yeah, it was very tough to watch that, you know. You kind of look at it and you think, I'd love to help that giraffe, but unfortunately you've got to just let nature take its course. And so we did that, and the giraffe did pass away, and then from there, you know, hyenas in the coming hours, they figured out there was a whole giraffe carcass in the water, which was relatively shallow. And the hyenas all started to line the banks of the water. The crocodiles found this giraffe in the water, but the crocodiles, they kind of were leaving it, you know, for the meat to soften, to almost rot a little bit, so that it would be easier to rip off bits of meat. And because the crocodiles were right next to this giraffe carcass, the hyenas were petrified to go into the water because of the crocodiles, and I mean rightly so from the hyenas' perspective. So what ended up happening was this giraffe was kind of left intact almost for like sort of 2 days. Obviously he started to bloat, he started to balloon with all of those gases inside. And eventually there were some lions that actually came down. They must have picked up on the scent, and possibly even the sound of all of these hyenas. Remember, when a hyena gets excited, they've got that excitable type of laugh almost, as opposed to that characteristic whoop. Maybe the lions picked up on that, and you know, it was very interesting. They ended up braving it and kind of getting that giraffe out of the water there. It's a shame, all from the giraffe coming down to just try and slake his thirst. It did provide for some amazing game viewing. This giraffe that's in the center of the frame closest to us, he's got some lovely markings. If you look on kind of the center of his stomach and even going all the way up his neck, very bold, very definitive markings compared to the other two. You know, it all comes down to personal preference. Not to say that the others aren't good looking giraffe, but I think that one now at the back, the taller one of the two, is an absolute beaut. He is slightly older, so remember the males, as they do get slightly older, they kind of darken with age. Carla, thanks so much for your question. You're an absolute legend. Do giraffes stick together as a family unit? No, is going to be the short answer. Remember, like a mother and a small calf will definitely stick together as a small isolated family unit, but in terms of sort of larger herd structure, no. So they've got what we call a temporary association. So there is no set structure. The structure of the herd can change. You know, here we've got 3 males in this group. Tomorrow there may still be these 3 males, but 4 females may join them. Then a day after that there may be another 6 males that join them and 2 females leave. So the structure of a larger herd can change all the time. It's not sort of stock standard of staying to what we would classify as a normal family unit, but something like a mother and a calf. There'll be obviously a very strong bond between the two, that calf relying on mom, and they will usually stay together. Quite nice, behind that wildebeest in the foreground we can see a female Inyala now. Remember earlier, before we zoomed in on the giraffe, we had the male Inyala, who's that much darker color, much more similar color to the wildebeest that we can see. It's a lovely diversity that we're getting to start off our escape to nature here at Kariega. Little bit of sun trying to poke out from behind the clouds. You can see the effect that has immediately on sort of photographing the scene, how the whiter colors closer to the bottom of the giraffe's chest and things like that, and even the ears, how much more they pop out. You can see the sun's going behind the clouds again, but you could see that immediate difference. So light definitely going to be one of the important factors when looking to photograph a scene. Yeah, so there's a nice example in the foreground for anybody who gets confused between impalas and inyalas. You can see how the two antelope on the left have got those vertical white stripes coming down the body there. That's the female inyala. And then how that antelope with the horns on the right has got the more sort of horizontal type of patterning. That's our male impala. Veronica, yes, there's always going to be some tips and tricks that everybody's got. And yeah, in terms of when there is very harsh sunlight, one of the things that I like to do is to underexpose the picture. So by doing that, you're not going to be losing any detail in those areas that are very bright in the highlights. Because even if you've lost detail in the original picture, once you go into your post-processing, your Lightroom and things like that, there's no ways to get back that detail. So you need to get that right in the picture when you're taking it. So I would underexpose the photo. So you could make your shutter speed faster to let in less light. If you want to be very technical, and if you're comfortable doing it, you can look at your histogram on your camera, which is obviously the graph that shows you how the picture's looking once it's taken in terms of highlights and darks and things like that. It's basically a graph. It's got a x-axis and a y-axis. All the way on the left-hand side, that's going to be your darks, your blacks. All the way on the right-hand side, it'll be your whites, your highlights. If your graph touches the right-hand side of the sort of the axis, that tells you that you're losing highlights, you're losing detail in your highlights, you're clipping them. If your graph touches the left-hand side, you're losing details in your shadows and your blacks, you're burning them, you can't get that back. So on your camera, if you wanted to check that out, you would just press on most cameras it'll be your info button. Usually if you click your info button once on your camera screen, it'll come up with your settings that you're using, your shutter speed, your f-stop, your ISO, and then if you click it once again, it'll bring up your histogram for you, and it'll show you in a little bit more detail what's happening. Once you've gone and put your picture into something like Lightroom, your shortcut on your keypad to have a look to see if any detail has been lost, you can press the letter J. that will show you the areas if you've lost any detail in the highlights or the shadows, and it'll do that by usually coming up in, I think it's red. You can put your settings in of what color you want, but it'll usually be red. And once again, in Lightroom you'll be able to see your histogram as well. So I hope that that answer sort of answered your question there. Looking at histograms and things like that, it's definitely very daunting to start off with. It's not easy, but once you've given it a crack and you start to get in the zone. Sorry about that, guys. Just another vehicle coming past there. Once you start to have a look at these things and kind of almost throw yourself in the deep end, if you want to call it that, you start to feel more comfortable with it. Even with your camera settings. If you're starting out with a camera maybe that you've just bought, you can always start on auto. And then go on and press that information button once and have a look at the settings that the camera's choosing straight away. And you can always go from there into picture mode. You don't have to go into full sort of manual mode straight away, of where you're inputting all of the different settings straight away. And remember, for something like your autofocus, the new lenses and things that are coming out, the autofocus is so good at tracking certain colors and objects and things like that. You really don't need to worry about manual focus. You can use manual focus in very tricky situations, but that's going to be a little bit more advanced. Yeah, just stick with autofocus and you'll be good to go. See, all of those giraffes have just stopped for the minute and they're having a little look at something. Not too sure what's caught their attention. Kind of scanning around and having a look to see if there are any other giraffes anywhere, but I can't see any others for the moment. That giraffe on the right's got a beautiful posture, standing very tall, neck straight up, ears forward. A lovely sort of bend in his neck, if you want to call it that. I mean, it is straight up, but it's more sort of muscularity that's producing that. Almost looks like slightly like a S curve, dense muscle in his shoulder there, and sort of the bottom of his neck. And our male Inyala has come back into the scene as well. Joshua, thanks for the question. It takes a lot of lions to bring down a giraffe. It's definitely not easy. Sure, I don't know if there's I wouldn't say there's a set number, but it's definitely easier if you've got more lions. If you've got sort of 4 lions or so, and you know they can do that sort of that bullhorn tactic and flush them to those areas of where they might slip, it's going to be a lot easier than if you've got 1 or 2 lions. So I'd say if you've got sort of 4 or 5 lions, you've got a much better chance. Lovely white ridge of hair going down the back of that male Inyala on the right there. Kind of see the wildebeest and the Inyala now looking across to the right. Ah, there we go. We've got another giraffe joining us from the right hand side. There we go. There's quite a big thicket just to the right of where these 3 giraffe are, and I can't see down there. So maybe that is what got their attention. Zelda, you can get more than 1 Inyala bull together. You know, you sometimes do get groups of males, and then I guess if you can get one dominant male with another male who's more sort of submissive, they'd be quite happy with that. In terms of you know, Inyalas and figuring out who's the dominant male, if there are 2 together and they're not quite comfortable with each other. They're quite a peaceful species, the Inyala, so they will display to each other. Oh, I've got a treat coming for you guys. There we go. There's our little foal, or calf rather than a foal. Tiny little thing. So that giraffe that came and joined, that must have been our female. Yeah, cute little thing. Yeah, very cute little tufts of hair on top of the horns, on top of the little ossicones there. Not really horns quite yet. You can see the giraffes are slowly making their way across to the left. Beautiful flowers in the foreground here. it looks like our young ones maybe just stopped behind the tree, or behind the shrub rather. So there was just a little bit of movement there, had to realign the camera. There we go, let's have a look and see if we get them coming out now. Yeah, there's our little small guy coming. That is a tiny little giraffe. Look at his little mane, looks perfect. It's not even like frayed or tattered or anything like that. Little picture of perfectness. Some lovely interaction there. Looks like the little baby's legs are too big for it. Wow, that is incredible. Happy Chappy, in terms of this little calf, it's gonna stay with mom, that's for sure. It's not gonna be leaving mom at all. Maybe once it gets older, it may leave the sort of the confines of an immediate herd. But for now, I mean, this baby can't be much older than, sure, it can't be older than sort of 2-3 weeks or so. This is a tiny little thing. So now it's going to be very reliant on mom. Wow, the wind is definitely picking up a bit, and you can see how alert all of these bigger giraffe are. That little one is hiding inadvertently. Hoping these giraffe don't continue too much to the left. I mean, if they do, we're unfortunately going to lose them behind quite a big bush. But for the moment, there's our view that we wanted. Look at that. Absolutely adorable. Yeah, he doesn't come much higher than sort of mom's belly. Oh, unfortunately, they're going behind that thicket there. Wow, what an incredible, incredible view. Doesn't get much better than that. Oh, and you can see this is the area where they've been moving across. I'll definitely try and reposition the vehicle, see if there's somehow I can drive around to another sort of open spot and get a view of that little youngster again. You can see down in the middle of that clearing, it looks like those could be some waterbucks down there. Looks like those ones on the right hand side might be males. What a beautiful landscape. Nice gorge coming down there. Some thickets and things. There is a small ravine at the bottom. Lovely area. I'm going to see if I can potentially reposition and get another view of that little calf.
It's the end of another year here at Wild Earth. And what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wild Earth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy holidays.
So just got the audio of the geese. They have kind of moved a little bit off, so I'm assuming just foraging in some of this green flush, that grass that has started to pop up around the dam. So there is the dab chick. A little grebe. And I can just see one or two of those guinea fowls off in the distance. So I'm going to pull out, and we'll just have to have a look and see. Try and pick up on any movement that is hopefully in the area. It looks like the clouds are slowly breaking up, but in all likelihood probably getting thicker and thicker and building. So we'll just have to keep tabs on that as well. A little bit of chatter with those blacksmith lapwings. Again, just going to have to just pick up on what is going on. Large numbers of the lapwings, though, generally around the dam or the waterhole. So it does seem that it's kind of the reading of the daily routine order or so that is going on at the moment. So just having to just enjoy the sights and sounds. No sandgrouse just yet either. So I'm assuming also that they have also taken the opportunity to access any of these seasonal pans that might start and that might now actually be available to them, meaning that they probably have less of a commute to a water source as well throughout the day. So getting the faint audio of hoopoe as well. Lovely to hear. And really just keeping ears open to any sounds that might be in the area as well. Hi Debs, and it really does come down to, I suppose, practice, but it also does help, if you are birding and you're looking at a bird and you obviously have then ID'd it and it is then calling, that will also help. Of course, if you are using a bird app, obviously it's good to play those calls so you can remember and pick them up, and of course if you do have access to the audio of the different calls, good to just run through and play them. So quite clearly you will be able to just get that African hoopoe now calling at the moment. But a lot of the time it does come down to trial and error as well. So it's always good just to run through. If you do notice a new bird, maybe perhaps play that call for yourself, because you might start to pick it up then afterwards. But yeah, generally I suppose playing and obviously being able to listen to those calls whilst you are in an area for birding, even in your garden if that is the case, being able to obviously make a solid physical ID and then being able to pick up that call from there, that will definitely improve your birding. So very cool. I always love listening to the sounds of the hoopoes. One of my favorite calls. But I think as we are waiting for quite a bit going on, or to start to go on at least, let us perhaps shoot over and have a look and see what is going on in Djuma. Pick up on any of the bird calls on that side. And perhaps pick up on some mammalian life as well. So of course we are here in Djuma now. It is sunny and rather windy as well. And once again we have some Egyptian geese, of course the two here. Interesting to note how the numbers have kind of swelled and then waned again. There was a stage when we had over 16 of the geese around here. Of course just the two at the moment, and I was talking about it yesterday how they can be rather territorial as well. So they won't take kindly to newcomers kind of encroaching on their space. And also just pick up those Birchall starlings. Let's just have a look to see if there's anything here. So I will also just make sure that we're panning a little slower for everyone. Perhaps a good idea to see if we can't pick up on the woodpeckers that were here as well. So the woodland kingfishers as well, Natal spurfowl, Egyptian geese. What is that over there? It doesn't seem like the woodpeckers are around at the moment. So we're just going to have a slow pan here, and then we'll pan all the way back around. Look to see what else is perhaps in the area. So just having a look to see in the thicket there if there is any movement. Some birds that have flown, perhaps they will stick around for us. Let's have a look and see who has landed on the tree. Hi Greta, yes they are very pretty birds, and it looks like it's just doves here. Ringneck doves. You could hear the emerald spotted wood dove too, but of course if we do get to see that kingfisher it'll be lovely because they are beautiful, lovely blue iridescence and colors on them, and they clearly are quite close, but sometimes picking up on birds anyway is a rather tough job, and they don't generally hang around for too long, so kind of a hit and miss at times. Let's have a look here on the dam wall. So Morgan and MC just asked me what my favorite kingfisher is. And I must say I'm a big fan of the giant kingfishers. I like pygmies, malachites as well. And even grey-headed. So, of course, woodland kingfishers are also beautiful, brown-hooded. So I'm really just a big fan of all of them, I suppose. I'm rattling off just about every kingfisher that is out here. But yeah, I'll probably go with the giant kingfisher for now at least. Or grey-headed. So sadly it doesn't look like too much is going on. Here, orange-breasted bushshrike. Also a very beautiful bird. So, some turtle doves as well. And I'm going to just pan over onto the dam. Let's have a look to see if that water monitor is around. Perhaps one or two of the terrapins. Been some time since we've seen any of them. And it is generally just down here where they like to kind of come out and sunbathe themselves. And it doesn't seem like anyone is present at the moment, although there is a striated heron there, a green-backed night heron as they used to be called. That is rather cool to see. Actually didn't pick it up initially. Let me just focus in for us. I don't know why. So we have found a little heron, a striated little green-backed heron, or even night heron. They are really cool to see as well. Of course, rather camouflage, very still at the moment. And I think this is actually the first one I've picked up here at Gowrie Dam, so nice to see. And of course, without too much going on, it's nice to see different birds. And of course, have this one that is at least treating us and out in the open. So really cool. And these green-backed herons or striated herons, they do have a very large distribution. So throughout the Americas, South Asia, Australia, and of course Africa, and obviously widespread in sub-Saharan Africa. So where we are, at least here, the northeastern parts of South Africa, it's obviously where they are most common, going into Botswana, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique. But yeah, as I said, a very wide distribution. As Morgan was also just imploring the Woodlands Kingfisher that if it wants to make this much noise, it at least needs to show itself, so we can have a little look. So I'm going to come out from this lovely heron, and let's see if we can't pick up any blue flushes, and perhaps then be able to pick up our Woodlands Kingfisher. But sometimes it might prove to be rather difficult. We'll just have to wait and see. It's probably better just to hang back a little bit and then pick up any movement or flight. So probably a good idea just to leave us here and let's just see what does kind of fly into frame, and we can try and pick it up from there. too much flying even into the frame at the moment. Let's just have a look to see. I'm going to come back this side. Might as well look at the flowers that are starting to pop up as well, or that have been popping up for some time now at least. I'm just looking to see if I can't pick up on any yellow flowers, because what I think these are, the ones that are on here though, are bushy honeycups. So they're indigenous to the eastern parts of South Africa at least. They aren't endemic, they do occur throughout most of southern Africa. And a lot of the times when they do pop up, well, they do start to pop up after good rains and that as well, but generally in areas where the vegetation or there's been soil disturbance to some degree as well. So it's also a good sign that the veld in an area is kind of recuperating. Of course, there was a very big drought here back in around 2016 odd. And I initially did my training, but it occurred obviously throughout southern Africa, and that obviously did lead to some disastrous circumstances for quite a few or a number of animals. Of course, the herbivores bearing the brunt of that. But I can't pick up on yellow flowers. I'm pretty sure they are here anyway, so a number of these little plants would be those bushy honeycups. So we might as well just have a look and see what is going on here with these Egyptian geese. It seems like they are rather relaxed at the moment as well. Not too much going on with them. Perhaps we'll pick up on the odd. I also have some chicks, it seems, just hiding underneath. So there you go. Some more Egyptian geese goslings. These ones are a little bit bigger than the other ones across in Okukuyo. They've definitely grown in size. Let's just see, because I think that was actually a little terrapin that was around here, but can't be sure. Of course, a little ring-necked dove in the back there too. So it does seem that they are standing, or kind of using the father, so the male goose, as shade. We noted yesterday that some of the key differences between the male and the female, of course, body size and also the size of their necks. So the one here on the right, where the chicks are underneath, kind of getting shade from him, you can see how much thicker that neck is on him, as well as the body size being bigger. The one on the left being the female. So quite cool. Lovely to see how everyone kind of adapts and improvises to make the most of the conditions that are available at present. So we were chatting about it also the other day, just that all the key differences between ducks and geese, and also noting that in fact these Egyptian geese, although they do have that name goose to them, are in fact more closely related to the shelduck. So they're actually more of a duck than a goose. However, the key differences between geese and ducks being obviously size, and the other thing being the length of their necks and the amount of vertebra that they do then have in their necks. So geese having longer necks with more vertebra, ducks having shorter necks, less vertebra. Hi, Stacey. Very interesting question, because the goslings are born pretty much precocial, so they'll just start to pick up little bits of grass seeds, and they'll also start to take in invertebrates in that as well. So little insects, that kind of thing. Something has spooked our geese, and you can see just the size difference of these goslings compared to the goslings that are in Okakuyo. So just two here at the moment. I just want to zoom out just to see, because I'm not too sure. It looks like there's some other geese that might have been coming in. Or is that an eagle? It could be a fish eagle. Looks like a fish eagle that has spooked them. And we're just following the fish eagle at the moment. So quite clearly, those geese not happy about the fish eagle being around. Let's just see. I'm just going to speed up the camera I have a feeling it might have come here to roost. There we go. Just see if we can't get it. Hopefully it doesn't hang behind. There you go. So that is clearly what caused that disturbance, and it is an immature fish eagle. You can just see it's only just starting to get its full adult plumage. So still got one or two dark marks. The beak and the sears even not yellow just yet, and even the feet also not that bright yellow, but just about there, probably looking to be in its full adult plumage in not too short a time either. Very interesting to see. And of course, with all fish eagles, they all have those specially adapted talons, kind of have those little hooky barbed parts to their talons as well. So that's fish eagles across the world. They all have that adaptation. Also noting that clearly doesn't have feathers all the way down to its ankles like the tree eagles. Obviously it is a fish eagle. That would definitely impact the eagle as well. Very cool to see. They don't only take fish, they are known to take other things that would be around, say, water. Also, that water monitor would, I'm sure, be on its best behavior right now, and also known to take other bits of carrion too. So our Egyptian geese still not too happy with the presence of this immature fish eagle, and quite clearly you'll be able to see those little dark striations on its chest at the moment, but it is obviously getting into that adult plumage, and lovely to see the evolution really as it does morph into that obviously very iconic pure white in the brown, and of course that dark brown black on its wings. So an awesome quiet moment here with the fish eagle. You can see it just peering around, and we look to see what food items might be beneath it. So always cool being able to sit and just observe what does go on with eagles in particular. So really spectacular, lovely scenes here with our fish eagle. But it is time for us also to head across to Madikwe and say good morning to Lauren and Darby.
Good morning, everyone. A glorious good morning from Madikwe Game Reserve, and what a start we have here. Long distance views of this massive bull who's just dominating the entire space, walking right on the middle of the road, right on the eastern airstrip where everything seems to happen in Madikwe. Yes, there is a western airstrip, but we are, of course, in the east. So good morning, everyone. My name is Lauren. That is Dobby's beautiful thumb, and we are with you guys, escaping to nature today. Now, I'm going to just watch this bull really closely. If he shows any signs of just being a little bit antsy with us, I'll immediately go into reverse and just get further away. We are parked off the side of the road. He's got plenty space to get by, but some of the bulls right now are in full swing must. There's really no other way of saying it. Some of them are gentlemen and they're very gentlemanly about it. Some of them are not. So there's absolutely no way that this bull, he's very far, you saw that when Davy zoomed in, doesn't know we're here. He maybe can't properly see us, but he can without a doubt hear me. He can without a doubt smell the car. He heard the car approach as well. So he knows we're here. It's just how he's going to act when he gets a little bit closer. What a size. It's quite a dramatic scene, especially with the mountain in the backdrop. This is my last day at Madikwe, and I have to say the elephant sightings all in all are just like nothing you could ever imagine on this property. It is one of the most amazing game reserves you could ever come to in terms of sightings. And I remember when I was first coming here, my operations manager said to me, Lauren, it's a very different beast. And I thought, what does he mean? And then I thought, oh, yes, this is a big beast. It's a big reserve, very different dynamics, and a lot happening in every single corner, especially with regards to elephants. Zelda, we shall miss you both. We shall miss you all too. Darby and I are taking some time off just to sort of celebrate the festive season a little bit later with family. And then we're actually going to Botswana at the end of January on another working project, which we're very excited about because I've never been to Botswana before. But you can follow our journey. We'll make sure everyone can follow the journey. It's going to be quite an epic one. And then I shall be back with you guys on Wild Earth in February. So it's all systems go right now. But I shall see you all in Feb. Wow, look how slowly he's just approaching us. Right now, the tail is swinging. He's flapping his ears as he should be. It's really hot already. His trunk's just doing a trunk thing. I'm going to tell you my plans in just a moment. We have got exciting plans for this drive. But for now, let's just continue to watch this bull. Hello, boy. A very good morning to you. Yes, you are absolutely magnificent. Incredibly handsome. Wow. You are very smelly, my boy. Yes, you're in must. But I could tell that already. Now you're just showing off. Oh, he's really smelly. Wowza. He's actually not dribbling, so he's not in the sort of peak height of his must-smell must, but I think he's coming towards the end of must there when he was approaching. Not really any signs of aggression. And the fact that he chose to stand right next to the vehicle, about 4 meters away to eat grass, tells you that he's either just showing off, just sort of being in our presence, and not intimidated or scared by us at all. He literally stood right there to eat grass. Look at all the grass. Grass is everywhere. He chose that spot. Now he's an older boy, and I'll tell you how I know that in just a minute. We've got enough space to sort of turn round and view him from the other side. Okay, we're just going to reposition to get a nicer view of him. He absolutely dwarfs this vehicle. He's just going to cross in front of us. And an absolutely stunning creature. You can see the brown-veined white butterflies are still dancing around. It's good to see them. It's good to see other species too, though. We just missed a zebra birth yesterday. I could have cried a lot yesterday, actually, but we just missed a zebra birth. We got the sort of first few moments that the foal was standing on its feet, which is still so wonderful to see, but we just missed that sort of, well, the actual birth. So again, I'm going to be looking around at both zebras and wildebeests, but Javi and I are hoping to make it to the plains. The plains is a part of Madikwe that is really beautiful, and especially right now, it is absolutely stunning. We have taken you guys there before, but not often. But I'm going to take you guys there today, and you'll be blown away by what you see. So we're hoping to make it that far, but it is worth noting that it is a little bit far, and with Madikwe, you literally never know what you're going to see along the way. But that's the plan, at least. I just love with Madikwe, you can, when you speak to the other guides here, you'll say, hey, what did you do this morning? And one guide will say, I went away up north. I just took my guests on a huge bumble up north to see the other side. Well, I took my guests to the cave so they could spend time near the mountains. I took my guests to the plains so they could see the plains. It's just a huge reserve with so much to offer. Nina, absolutely. That zebra foal, it was literally just born. And how do I know that? Well, there was lots of different signs, but not only was it really wet and sticky from, the birthing liquids, it also couldn't stand. Now, zebras can really start to stand on average around 5 minutes after birth, but some textbooks will say up to 10 minutes. They're standing properly. Then they walk within 15 and they're running within half an hour. So it's a very, very quick development. Well, it's not development, but it's a quick process. So when we first saw that zebra, it was really struggling to stand. So I think it was less than 5 minutes old in my sort of calculations. You could see the behavior of the mother, the matted fur, everything. But it just quickly sort of learned how to move its 4 legs and just started galloping around. It's an unbelievable contrast, especially when you think about humans. And we got so lucky, it was just off the main road. The animals are incredibly relaxed here, and some species don't go into the thicket to give birth. Zebras do remove themselves from the herd, wildebeest don't. So you've just got to be lucky, you've literally just got to be in the right place at the right time. There are births happening in Madikwe every single day right now. We're not going to follow this bull now, though. I think he's given us enough of a show. I think we'll slowly start our bumble towards the plains soon, as it is rather far. Are you getting that name, Darby?
Langa Lover.
Langa Lover.
Something like that.
That name was not very clear, but I think I got the right syllables. In Madikwe, that's a good question. You don't need to travel too far. Obviously, when we stayed up in the northwest with Tau Game Lodge, we very much worked that area. Now we're in the east, we always tend to go north. We have to consider signal issues as well here. And you just speak to other guides, what's happening, you know the productive areas, you check them out. Today we just want to show you the plains because we saw it the other day and it was just unbelievably beautiful. So we want to just show you guys that. I think we just have to take it each day at a time. You may know of sightings, you may know of areas where animals are. There may be a carcass one day that you want to check up on. It's difficult because it is so vast. But you don't need to go far. But talking of going far, the plains are far. So I think we're going to start our bumble that way. We will check on all sorts of water holes along the way. just in case there are any elephant pool parties, which is very possible. It's already incredibly hot. In Djuma, it's a very small property. It's 1,200 hectares. Madikwe is 75 hectares. It's a different ball game. And in Djuma, you can always sort of have a plan. You know, I want to go to the Hyena Dane, and I want to go to Chitwa, and I want to check here, do the Mowati. But obviously in Madikwe, it's very vast. You do sort of have to pick a direction when you wake up, north, south, or west, and then stick to it. We can't go any further east. Our lodge is right on the eastern fence line, Jackie's Lodge. So we are in the east, so you've got 3 directions to choose from. You can still smell that bull. Okay, we're going to make our way towards the plains, see what we see along the way, and we're going to send you guys over to Okakuyu.
Well, we are here in Okakuyu, and quite clearly, it is raining. So for those of you who have never seen what rain looks like in the desert, this is it, and rather large raindrops as well. You'll be able to make them coming down too. So this is clearly one of the reasons why we haven't had too much activity of late. With this rain that is falling, and I did allude to earlier, it does mean that we then have the open pan systems that then start to become active again. And it does allow for those herbivores then to move quite extensively and away from the water holes. So a lovely sound, a little bit of something different really to take in. Lovely to listen to rain falling. Of course, we've got the audio of those helmeted guinea fowl and a number of other little things as well that I'll call out as we go through. But nice just to be able to sit here and enjoy some rain in what is a very dry, arid area. So great to hear those European bee-eaters. Little starlings in that as well. And of course also all enjoying a bit of refreshing rain. Hi Amelia, an interesting question, and I don't think with it falling quite lightly like this that they'll necessarily seek shelter, although it is entirely possible that they would, and they'll definitely then kind of congregate in the thickets. So in any of those little green thickets you can see in front of us, of course, down and across in the Mopani, they would then take that up too. But it looks to be kind of quite light and I'm sure rather refreshing. So you probably find that some of the animals are actually just out. They've just dispersed. And if the rain was falling with them, because it can be quite sporadic, possibly enjoying the refreshing feels of raindrops on their coats. But yes, obviously if it was falling quite heavily and if the wind was up, perhaps even dusty, they would then be in the thickets, using the thickets to kind of shelter away from the wind, as well as perhaps rather heavy rainfall. But it does seem to kind of slow down again, so it's more than likely quite patchy. And I would think that with kind of patchy rain like that, they'd probably find it rather refreshing and would go about grazing anyway as normal. So just listening to the odd European bee-eater that does call, obviously flying around like this. The rain seems to kind of been holding off at the moment. Quite a cool scene anyway, so you will be able to make the odd drop, but not as heavy as it was a moment or two ago. So still just enjoying these rather pleasant audio sounds at the moment. The rain is slowly picking up again. Nice just to hear it falling around us as well. Also nice to just hear the European bee-eaters buzzing about. That characteristic call of theirs. Odd guinea fowl as well, just off in the distance. But a really nice, pleasant theme at the moment. So it is quite interesting, at least at the moment, is that I haven't been able to pick up on where that Egyptian goose family has got to now with this rain. I'm assuming they might have sheltered up a bit. But still a very cool scene. I really am enjoying being able to appreciate some rain here. As you'll see, where we did see the Egyptian geese earlier, they are not there at the moment. They did move off though anyway some time ago, it seems. And I'm sure there's also sheltering up a little bit, getting out of the rain with those goslings. But it does seem that the rain has kind of held off for now. Just having a little pan around. All of it at the moment giving us the slip. Hello, Benny, who is 10. And Benny wants to know if Egyptian geese make nests. And they do. They are known to even nest on the ground at times. And they are also highly adapted to urban environments too. So they can nest on the top of roofs, chimneys, as well as in trees as well, Benny. So it's rather likely that these ones are also nesting on one of the roofs. They do also take cavities in trees, even old nests too. So there can be old eagle nests, hardy-dar nests, hammerkops, whatever might be really in the area. I just want to have a look to see here. I did see something moving. But it does seem that we're going to just have to be rather patient. And although we do have a nice view of the concrete stones, there isn't too much going on here. So we're off to go and check in again with Lauren and Davy in Madikwe.
Life, but look at this one's ears, everyone. The one on the right. It's almost like an Asian elephant coloration. It has large patches of pink skin all behind the back of the ear. If we're just patient enough, we'll get a few. Davy seems very excited about Egyptian geese today. 2 Egyptian geese riding the waves. Duffy's favorite bird, that's why. I'm just letting you guys listen to the sounds of this side-eye. Just pay attention to that one's ears. Very pink. It's really unusual for an African elephant. Cameron, good old question about an elephant's trunk, because they are, of course, incredibly powerful. Well, I'm just going to give you some context first, because the human body contains 639 muscles in our entire body. And we all think that our body is quite impressive, some more than others. But an elephant's trunk actually contains over 40,000 muscles. 40,000 muscles, can you believe that? And they are divided into as many as about 150,000 individual units when you sort of break down the structure of the muscles. But overall, 40,000 muscles in that trunk. And when you really compare it to our body, you start to understand our body's nothing, and you get an idea of how intricate that appendage really is. It's complex, it's dynamic, it has many functions, and it's sort of formed by the upper lip, well, merging of the upper lip and the nose. And it's created this bizarre looking but extremely sensitive organ. It's almost like an arm, a nose, and a straw. But because I touched on Asian elephants there, if you're ever unsure what you're looking at, I think they look very different. But if you're not sure, there are many ways to tell the difference. But one of the ways is the trunk. You see that one on the right just gave us a view of his trunk. And at the end, there were 2 prehensile tips. There are 2 fingers if you look right at the end. Now, Asian elephants only have 1. So if you're ever unsure, that is one key way to look at the differences between the 2. See, there you go, giving you a nice view of those 2 prehensile tips. I love just sitting listening to all the splashing.
This is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Join me, James Hendry, on an odyssey through the most adorable, fascinating, and heart-stopping moments that we have experienced here on Wild Earth.
They just look like they're having the best time. They are having the best time, without a doubt. And it is just play. Again, we saw a sort of negative encounter here actually with two bulls the other day. That was a very different story. This is just play, wrestling. Loving being in the water, loving social contact. Loving using their muscles and pushing into each other, as most males in the animal kingdom like to do. They're very tactile. You see them touching each other a lot. They're a very tactile species. It's very much part of their communication. Darcy Miller, lovely to hear your name. We will miss all of you guys too, and you are welcome. We've worked really hard this stint to get some incredible sightings, and we definitely have, that's for sure. Even sightings like this where you can hear and almost feel like you are with us. That's why I will go silent a lot, but thank you so much, Darcy Miller. I shall see you soon. Do you see the pink patches? Fiona?
That's right.
What a question. We have had so many. And some we were not able to show you, I'm afraid. From our live sightings, putting a leopard on camera when we were staying at Tau was amazing because you guys were there throughout the whole journey. I said good morning to you all, and I told you we can hear a leopard sawing. And then I hope that some of you did hear the leopard sawing, and all of a sudden we spotted it and we managed to get it on camera. That was really, really special. Madikwe does have leopards as Big Five Reserve, but they're just, it's a different terrain, it's a different size of reserve, and a really high population of lions. So they just behave a little bit differently to what they do in the Sabi Sands. They're just not entirely relaxed. A few of them are. That zebra yesterday actually was a real highlight to me. It was a complete newborn. The elephant sighting just the other day, right at this quarry, it was really tense. Lots of emotion. They were mating. Darby, am I forgetting about other sightings?
Brown hyena on the buffalo.
Brown hyena.
On the buffalo kill. On your birthday.
Oh, that was from October though. But yes, that was the best sighting ever, but that was from October, the brown hyena on the buffalo carcass. This time around, we did have a big, huge male lion calling right next to the car. That was incredible. Ugh, there are just so many. But yes, Darby mentioned the birthday sighting, October. That was just everything I could have wished for and more. I think Madikwe is beautiful in summer, but I'd love to be here in the heart of winter. The crux of winter. It'll be cold, whew. But I think really the sightings are just going to be off the charts. I wonder what caused the loss of pigment on this one's ears. There's obviously a lack of melanin. I just wonder what's caused it. Because the back of the ears are often exposed to the sun. My mum actually has vitiligo. It's an autoimmune disease where patches of skin just completely lose pigment. It's not entirely obvious she avoids the sun at all costs, but it's interesting to see this Ellie without pigment behind its ears. You do get leucistic elephants. I don't believe this one is, but you do get leucistic elephants. I have seen one or two in Juma. You can actually get melanistic and leucistic versions of most organisms. It may not be present, it may never have been seen before, but if there is that mutation that causes it, then it's possible. You get melanistic manta rays, leucistic manta rays. Obviously, the melanistic leopards are very famous, but there are other examples throughout the animal kingdom, including fish. Sharks, leucistic sharks. He's lost his play buddy. David, yes, absolutely. I heard one of the other naturalists talking about this recently, but all mammals really can swim. Humans are a massive exception. We can swim, yes, but we're not born with that innate ability to do so. Most of us have to learn. We have to learn how to float, learn how to sort of do all the strokes and really move through water. But most mammals are capable of swimming. That's not to say that they do swim, but they're capable of it. It's just really humans, and I believe possibly some chimpanzees that need to learn. They're excellent swimmers, actually, considering they're so heavy and cumbersome. When immersed in water, they're excellent swimmers. And when I say swim, you're not going to see an elephant doing the butterfly stroke, but they can keep themselves afloat and move through water. And they obviously have their own snorkel attached to their head. So they already have that equipment. You just don't want to get out the water, do you? They are both leaving the water hole now, but we'll try and sit here a little bit longer. I think if you honestly just sit here, more elephants are going to arrive. This is a bit of a hot spot if you're an Ellie. Hello, mister. Another huge bull. Excuse the antenna. Sorry, the Ellies are too close behind me. I don't want to turn the car on, so apologies about that. Yep, I think this one's in musk too. I can smell must very strongly. Don't know if it's this boy or one of the boys behind us. Yep, he's dribbling a lot. This boy's in full must. The action is just never ending here. A new bull on the scene, also with massively wide tusks. Maybe we won't make it to the plains after all. Here's this young boy from earlier. He's coming to meet the older boy. He's going to greet him. This is a young bull who was splashing around. Oh, we've got the whole herd here, everyone. Good afternoon. We might have to reposition. Oh, it's not even afternoon yet. Good morning, yes. Hello. They've got their own big bull with him. Okay, I'm just going to move back a little bit, not because of anything negative. One, the antenna's in the way, and two, I just want to give them room so they can really sort of splash around. You ready, Dobby? Yep. See them all touching this bull. I'm going to explain what's going on here. Did you see them all put their trunk towards this bull? They arrived with a different bull. He's behind the thicket here. So they're greeting this bull. It's not a negative experience, but they're touching him. They're actually putting their trunk in his mouth. Now, most backboned animals, not all, but most, actually have two distinct systems for detecting odors. Like ours, we have sort of all the structures, receptors in our nose, and neurons. It's an entire little system there to be able to smell and recognize and understand smell. Most organisms, we are not included, have the vomeronasal organ, and that is a sort of organ that's in the roof of the mouth, and it comes hand in hand. But the vomeronasal organ has its own sort of odor sensing cells, if you like, its own neurons and its own connections to the brain. So even though they're linked, they are very much two distinct systems. And we don't actually know why we lost ours. Apparently back in the day, I don't know why I say back in the day, but back in the day humans used to have this organ. And for some reason we just lost it, along with apes, I believe, whales, birds, crocodiles, even some bats. So it's not all mammals or not all vertebrates, but we lost ours, that's for sure. And when you think of an elephant and it touches another with its trunk, just like what we witnessed there, what's actually happening is you'll notice they bring the tip of their trunk, where those tips are, back to the mouth. They're trying to pump those molecules of scent that they've taken from the other individual into their mouth in order for it to get into the vomeronasal organ. So when they touch each other, it is tactile, but it's a form of communication, because what they're trying to do is get the scent, get the odor, get the molecules on their trunk and bring it back into their mouth. So they'll inhale when they put their trunk inside, and by doing that you're drawing the molecules towards the vomeronasal organ, which is just sort of at the back of the roof of the mouth, part of the nasal cavity really. And that's what the phlegm and grimace is all about, and all sorts of different mechanisms across the animal kingdom, but that's how elephants do it. They don't do the phlegm and grimace because their top lip has fused into the trunk. So they have a different technique, and their technique is to get the molecules on the tip of their trunk and then put that into their mouth. If you think, that's also what a snake is doing when it forks out its tongue. Many people are scared when snakes do that, but they're tasting the air. They're just trying to understand what's going on around them in their own sensory world, in their own umwelt. It's collecting the molecules on its tongue, bringing the tongue back into the mouth to reach the vomeronasal organ. snakes do have nostrils. They can smell through nostrils, but this vomeronasal organ adds a completely other dynamic to most of these organisms that have one, and it's normally organisms that rely heavily in a chemical world. Whew! Must. And as it stands, it's not fully understood why some species have these two separate systems for smelling. And those sort of boundaries get very blurred when it comes to smell and taste. Do they smell chemicals in the air as part of chemoreception, or do they taste them? It becomes very blurred. A flight is just about to land, everyone. It's okay, it's just an airplane, guys. I know, I don't like the sound either. Sorry, eagle lover, I was trying to really concentrate there. I could see the flight was about to land. Yes, it's such a beautiful sighting with all the color variations. That red sand, emerald green, blue sky. Or is the sky blue? It's not really. But to our eyes, it is. That murky water that actually has a lilac tinge. The white butterflies. It's beautiful color palette. We're multitasking here. Another flight. what a sighting. I'm going to try and stay with these Ellies a little bit longer, but we're going to send you guys over to Nick.
Nothing wrong with a summer pool party there for the elephants. And we've got our herd of buffaloes here still. It was quite interesting. They were kind of resting, and they all started to get up and actively feed a bit, and started moving towards me. So behind me is Scotia Dam, and I thought they might start to actually move towards the dam and kind of in the process of going there move all around the vehicle. But it was quite interesting. They came towards the vehicle a little bit and then have kind of gone back to where we can see them now. So maybe there was a little bit of deliberation amongst the leaders, amongst the pathfinders there. Almost looked like they might be settling down again a little bit. It's been very interesting. We've even had a little bit of rain here, and now you can see behind those buffaloes the sun is starting to poke out just a little bit. Nice herd of impalas right at the back there. Look at the colour of those impalas, how they are almost the same colour as the sands at the top of the image. It'd be very camouflaged if they were right up against them there. Got one zebra right at the back. Lovely peaceful scene here at Kariega.
Can we stop there, please? Because now we have got some leopards making love. Now, this is not like when a baby human bites your finger. Let's push play on this episode of The Wild Show.
So quite a specialized little creature. In terms of that little keratin moth, very sensitive to the sun. So in terms of eating the keratin of something like a buffalo horn away, they will actually encapsulate themselves in their own dung. So sometimes when you see a big buffalo sort of horn, you will see lots of these almost like tubular little things sticking off of the horns, and your keratin moth will be inside there, and he will be eating away at the keratin, and by encapsulating himself in his own dung, in his feces essentially, he's protecting himself from the sun, which is quite an interesting little niche that he's filled in there. There's plenty of these smaller little things that nature never ceases to amaze. You look at there's another little moth called a tinniad moth, and that will lay their eggs in the foot of an elephant. If an elephant dies, they will be laid in the foot of an elephant. So there's plenty of weird and wacky relationships out there. But I mean, nature always has a way of a little niche fulfilling such a crucial niche. Think of a buffalo. It's a huge animal. I mean, everything will get eaten. You look at the meat that will get eaten. The hyenas are eating little bits of bones, rib bones. There's those keratin moths that we talked about. Everything gets broken down. And if you think about, if we didn't have all these little creatures and critters and things like that, the likelihood of disease and there being an overpopulation of parasites and things like that. So everything fits together so well. Looks like right at the back next to those impala we've got some warthogs there as well. Ben, how do oxpeckers benefit from buffaloes? The buffaloes provide a food source for the oxpeckers. So remember, there's plenty of ticks normally on buffaloes, and that's what the oxpeckers are combing through the buffaloes looking for. They'll go on the sides of the body, often sort of under the armpits and things, if you want to call it that, of the buffaloes. There will be some ticks there. Inside the ears even of the buffalo. So the oxpeckers are gleaning food from those from the buffalo, and then that's obviously helping the buffalo to control the number of ticks on them. So remember, for the buffaloes, their food source, they're bulk grazers. They like those very long grasses, and if you think about how does a tick latch onto an animal, onto a host species, it finds these longer patches of grass, and it sits on them waiting for an animal to walk past and brushes up against the grass, and then latching onto that animal. So because buffaloes like those longer grasses, they're obviously quite prone to getting some ticks. So it's quite crucial for the buffaloes as well to be getting red-billed oxpeckers, even yellow-billed oxpeckers on them to help keep them clean. Talking about oxpeckers going in the ears of buffalo to keep them clean, I have seen a red-billed oxpecker go in the ear of a rhino before, obviously looking for a few ticks and things, and he emerged with a huge white worm, probably half the length of my index finger. It was massive. He popped out of the ear, kind of looked around as if showing his little prize that he just caught, and he flew off. It was both disgusting and amazing. Yeah, and if you have a careful look while we sort of in the frame like this, I'm sure you've seen lots of little bits of movement from the swallows. Those should be your pearl-breasted swallows. You can see they're all flying very low. Remember, we've earlier on in the show we saw tortoises. There was 2 tortoises. Yeah, tortoises are a pretty good sign of the possibility of incoming rains, of incoming bad weather, of which there is predicted to be a bit of colder weather, wet weather tomorrow. Yeah, there's that saying that when the swallows fly low, you've got a bit of bad weather incoming. So that saying in terms of the swallows flying low and bad weather, there's obviously a reason why the swallows fly low. It's not just they're flying low just for fun because the rain is coming. There's a reason behind that. So obviously with bad weather, quite often before that, the microcosm sort of climatic conditions will change. There will be differences in humidity and things like that, and that higher humidity will quite often draw a lot of insect life to the surface of the ground. There'll obviously be a few little midges and things flying around that the swallows and other birds will look to catch, and other species of insects that will sort of come higher to the surface of the ground, and that's what the swallows are looking for. Instead of flying high in the air and hawking on the air other sort of insects while the weather conditions are really good, that humidity is going to be drawing other insects out, and that's why they're flying low. But the saying does have an element of truth to it, for sure. 100%. So with the temperatures not being as high today, nobody's been down to Scotia Dam quite yet. Quinton, thanks for your question. In terms of other animals having the ability to know that bad weather's on the way, that's an incredibly good question. Quite a broad question. I think as a general rule of thumb, all animals have incredibly well developed senses. If you look at something like horses, you look at sort of in the States when there's been massive sort of hurricanes and things like that, there's changes in the behavior of those animals. The handlers of horses and things have said that know the fine intricacies of behavior of those animals who deal with them on a day-to-day basis. They say they can see there's a change. They're shifting, they're uncomfortable, they know something's coming. So I think there's a lot of animals that do know that can figure out, bad weather coming. Remember, a lot of these animals, their sense of smell is incredibly well developed. So I mean, they'll be able to smell if something like rain is coming far before we kind of know that. And you'll kind of see quite often a lot of predators will get active, will start to hunt before a storm comes. At least I've seen quite a bit of that. And then even if those predators are not successful before the storm, think of when a massive storm comes in. Generally you will have a prevailing direction from where the wind is coming, and a lot of animals will kind of turn their back to that rain. Then the combination of wind, even claps of lightning and thunder and things like that, it makes it a lot more difficult for the prey species to hear and to smell things, because the wind is swirling as well. And your things like your leopards and your lions will take advantage of that. And very often when you come out of a storm on the other side, once it's cleared and you start to move around and see what's materialized after the storm, you will find a large percentage of the predators have been successful in grabbing something throughout that storm. So thanks for the question. That was a very good one. Well, these buffaloes look quite relaxed here. Let's send you across to Lauren and her elephants.
We've just come to the secret little mud wallow around the corner. We have missed them wallowing, but what they're now doing is covering themselves in dust. So it's drink, have a wallow, dust bathe. I just want to touch on what I was talking about earlier, because I said that it gets rather complicated, surprisingly complicated actually, when you talk about smell and taste. In your head, you might think, well, it's not. I smell what I smell and I taste what I taste. But just hear me out. Imagine vanilla oil. When you smell vanilla, it is absolutely delicious. It possibly even makes you hungry. It is a lovely smell. You drop a few drops of the vanilla oil onto your tongue and you're going to have a completely different reaction. You're going to flinch, most likely in disgust. So, is it really reasonable to say that, well, we're talking about animals, they smell with their noses and taste with their tongues? That's possibly what we do. When it comes to the animal kingdom, it's a whole different ballgame. If you think about it, snakes use their tongues to collect odors. And other animals use very unusual body parts. Insects actually taste with their feet and legs. Flies can taste whatever you're eating before they actually decide to land on your food. We all love it when that happens. Parasitic wasps can actually taste using these sensors that are present on the very, very tip of their stings. And they need this function because they're parasitic and they need to really carefully implant their eggs into the bodies of other insects. I believe Nick was talking about hosts. Now, some species, especially in the insect realm, can actually taste the difference between hosts that have already been parasitized. What is the point in laying your eggs in an insect that's already been parasitized? You've got no chance. So just by putting the sensors on the very tip of... That is just some bulls having a bit of play around at the water hole. So using the sensors at the very tip of your sting, you can gently put that on an insect and you'll know, it's been parasitized. I can taste it's been parasitized. There's no point in me doing on and move on. So, let me go back taste and smell in the animal kingdom is really complicated. Some people argue, or some scientists argue, that we actually smell molecules that drift through the air, but we taste those that stay in liquid or solid form. So that's a little bit of a better distinction, isn't it? But of course it has several problems. The receptors that are actually responsible for smell are actually always covered in a really thin layer of liquid. Our bodies inside are wet. I always find that a really strange concept. Our bodies are made up of mostly water. Everything is wet. When we actually think about it, it sounds really bizarre, so I'm not going to think about it. But those receptors are always covered in liquid. So the actual molecules must be dissolved to be detected. So smell, just like taste, always, that's the Shaft-tail Whydah, such a lovely call. So smell, like taste, always involves a liquid step. Even if it is just molecules in the air, if that makes sense. Ants and other insects, they can sort of smell by contact. They use their antenna to pick up pheromones. I hope that dust doesn't blow back into our eyes. Pheromones that are too heavy to go airborne. Not all chemicals are light enough to be in the air. Fish are chemical. They live in a chemical world. They are covered in chemoreceptors, but they live in a liquid medium. They're constantly in liquid. They're never not in liquid unless, of course, a human has caught them. So therefore, if you're constantly immersed in liquid, just like a fish, then your distinction between taste and smell is going to be so confusing that it's almost impossible to break down. I don't know where to go. There are so many elephant sightings around us. Nature lover? Hagar. I'm sure you know this, but yes, they do. Sorry, that's another aircraft movement. They use their trunk for lots of things. Snorkel, arm, nose. Used to communicate, they use it to pacify. Hello, you guys. So yes, it has multiple functions, the trunk. It's a very unique organ. We shall just wait until all the Ellies have gone. I think they have. Yeah, Darby's seen. I've got the all clear from that side. Let's just see if there's anybody left at the waterhole. But yes, it's an appendage of multiple functions, nature hugger. And an arm is definitely one, and a nose other. It's packed with wonderful chemoreceptors. That's why elephants don't have to really rely on their eyes. It's difficult for humans to think about that because we are so visual. It's difficult to think that other beings don't really need to rely on sight. There are only a handful of elephants left here. Okay, there we go. Alrighty, as these bulls splash around in front of us, we are going to send you guys back over to Nick.
Oh, interesting stuff with the elephants there. And some interesting info from Lauren. You can see our buffalo is still taking it easy. Some zebra just moved out of the frame there. Now, zebra don't want to stick around, not making it too easy for us to see. There is a bit of a dip between where the buffalo are and where those impalas are, so I'm not going to pan to the left. We won't be able to see those zebras. Some hodidars flew off there, caught the attention of that buffalo on the left. Yeah, it's very interesting, you know, talking about parasites and things like that. Those zebras have kind of just moved out of frame, but if I can get some just now. Remember when you see zebras moving, when you see them walking, they often kind of, you know, moving their head up and down, and you hear them giving that distinctive call. So another one of the little sort of parasites and things that we find is a botfly. So a botfly is going to lay its eggs in the nasal cavities of a zebra. And that's one of the reasons why when we're seeing our zebras walking, when you see them moving, there's a bit of head movement, possibly trying to dislodge those eggs. You know, there might be a bit of movement there and be quite itchy. And then obviously to, you know, get a almost like a vibration, if they can, inside that nasal cavity to dislodge the things that are in there. Pretty nasty, if you ask me. I wouldn't want anything in my nasal cavities like that, my goodness. Yeah, you hear of some weird sort of like tropical diseases and hojos and things some people get when they go to jungles and things like that. Zoe, thanks for your question. In terms of the call of the different ibis species, they will sound different. I'm definitely happy to try and give you the call of a zebra when he tries to dislodge a botfly egg from his nose, but I'm not going to give an ibis call a crack. But no, the calls of all of the different ibis species will sound different. Each bird is going to have its own unique type of call. Can't see any ibises around here. Remember, if these buffaloes did have to get up and move, possibly disrupt some little insect life, there's a chance that some of the ibises could even look to forage around where the buffaloes are, see if they can potentially find anything. We did see the Hodidar ibis take off from those buffalo earlier. They're not there anymore though. Amy, thanks for the question. Without oxpeckers, how else can those buffaloes keep clean? How can they, you know, get those ticks and things off? Excuse me. Sort of more of a sort of a physical way could be like we've seen on hot days. They cover themselves in mud, and the main aim of that is to keep themselves cool. But once that mud has slightly started to dry, it kind of what's the word? It bonds together, you know, it groups together the mud to form little clumps. And then if a buffalo has to go up to a tree and scratch itself against the tree, those ticks can sometimes get stuck with the mud and will get pulled off with that mud. Other than that, I mean, if if there are a few ticks sort of closer to the front of the body, on the chest, on the shoulders, obviously the buffalo could try and potentially bite those off. But that's going to be a very small area to clean in comparison to the whole body. Hey, I've just spotted another tortoise behind me. I'm not going to be flipping the camera around 180 degrees to make everybody dizzy, but this is now the third tortoise of the show, I think, that we found. So potentially there is that bad weather coming in tomorrow. But thanks for all the questions and the comments. We've got some really stimulating and some really good questions that we've got to think about, and yeah, we appreciate it. Thanks everyone. If you've got any other ones, send them in. We'll see if we can answer them. Get a little bit of a discussion going.
So, sadly, Nick had to leave us momentarily, but we will be back with him. And the rain quite clearly has stopped falling here for now, at least. The Egyptian geese and the family are out. And we'll get a closer look at them. It's really rather quite calm and peaceful at the moment after the rain. Let's just have a little closer look in here. Nice to see all the goslings out. So 5 of them. And you'll notice that they are feeding as well. So picking up any of the little green shoots that are around, as well as picking up any of the little insects and that they might find too. So little grass shoots and seeds being what's on the diet at the moment. So feeding has stopped for now and swimming lessons have commenced. And it kind of looks like they're repeating on themselves, so heading back in the direction they came. This is also where the clear water does come through, so the fresh water. looks like the grazing has again commenced. They are kind of moving themselves back to where they initially started. So it seems that our little foraging party of the Egyptian geese, I'm going to be doing that, just kind of going along the water's edge, and it's time for us to check in again with Nick and see what's going on in Kariega.
Sorry about that technical glitch earlier. Still here in our same spot. Just kind of panned a little bit across to the right hand side. We've got a lovely group of animals here. In a relatively nice small area. 3 different species, 1 frame. Zebra, eland directly behind the zebra, and then kudu on the left. Oh, beautiful scene. Obviously that eland at the back and the kudu, quite similar colours, nice beigey colours. Remember our kudu's a browser, getting a few leaves in there. Looks like that's our plumbago little shrub there, with the lovely sort of bluish coloured flowers. Maybe later on we'll have a look and see if we can get a bit closer to the shrub and show you exactly what it looks like. Obviously now in summer all the flowers are out. It's beautiful, attracting lots of insect life. I'll definitely keep an eye out. There is a type of butterfly called a common blue butterfly, which goes hand in hand with the shrub. Becky, thanks for your question. Amazing question for a 12-year-old. That'll be a parasitic relationship where the parasite is benefiting from the host, and the host is not. The host is there's actually some type of damage that happens from that. There's a it's not a great relationship for the host, but it's great for the parasite. Thanks for the question. I can see a few more eland popping out here. Looks like a nice big male eland on the right there. Look at the size of his shoulders and of his neck. Solid. Oh, he is massive. So remember that that eland, there's a good chance he's going to do a little bit of browsing here, even from that same shrub. Whereas our zebra, he's just a grazer. He's just going to be feeding on grasses. It's always one in the family though. Maybe that this zebra is the one, and he might just pluck a sneaky little flower off. But for most of the time, it's just going to be grasses that he'll be feeding on. Looks like that eland's got some type of itch that he's trying to sort out there. Hendrix, the differences between male and female eland, they're pretty similar. Remember, both the male and the female eland is going to have horns, and then in terms of size of weight, your male eland will be larger than your female. So remarkably similar. You know, earlier we had that the kudu in the frame. So the sexual dimorphism, as they call it, the differences between male and female for the kudu will be much greater. The male kudu's having those big spiral horns, and the females having no horns at all. And eland's still trying to sort an itch or something out there, I think. Hard to see what he's up to with that zebra in the foreground.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 hectare reserve.
that eland on the left hand side that's just moved out of the frame, that looked like it was a female. And then still with our big male here. So I'm zoomed all the way in here, but in terms of the older that a male eland gets between his horns, on his forehead, if you want to call it that, he will get those sort of that rufous color hair that will grow denser and longer with age. Wayne Brook, thanks for the question. I think in terms of any advice that I have, I would say don't be scared to just get out there and experiment. You know, everybody's got their own sort of creativity, and just get out there and do a little bit of shooting. Get comfortable with your camera. Just move the camera a little bit, yeah? Get comfortable with your camera, I think, and just start shooting. You know, then afterwards put your pictures on the laptop, have a look at them, you know, look at your picture and think, how else could I potentially do that? How could I better that frame, that image? And then obviously here we're very lucky, we get to go out into the bush every single day, but you don't have to be just in game reserves to better your photography. Even at home you can try in the garden. You know, if there's little butterflies or anything like that are moving onto some of the flowers, especially now in summer, you can give that a crack. There's plenty of YouTube tutorials on different aspects of photography. You know, some of your settings of shutter speeds and f-stops and so on and so forth. But I would say you're only going to grow better by being exposed to photography. So I would say dive in head first. Get stuck in. Brenda, the eland will get ticks as well from a lot of the grasses and things in the area here. So that's going to be the most common one. In terms of more specific host to parasite relations that are specific to eland, there's none that I'm aware of. I will definitely give that a read and see if I can find any article on that. You know, when I think of specific host to parasite relations, like I said, I can't think of anything for a eland that I know of. The first one that comes to mind is the relation between sort of a black rhino, and there's that roundworm, that parasitic relationship of Filaria. So there's a roundworm that is responsible for almost a wound that starts to get created on a black rhino. So the vector of the sort of the whole parasitic relationship is a fly, which will deposit an egg on a black rhino. From there, a roundworm will emerge, and that roundworm will start to bore into the skin of the rhino, of the black rhino specifically, and down to the lymphatic system, down to the lymphatic nodes. From there, obviously, once those lymphatic nodes have been affected, it creates almost like a necrosis, similar to, first thing that comes to mind is like a puff adder bite, but it's not quite like that. So you'll sometimes see black rhinos with, it looks like they've been in a fight with another black rhino. You head up to areas like Zululand, and you get a lot of that in those areas. So this sort of parasite, it'll usually start boring in somewhere behind the front shoulders. Well, I guess there's only one set of shoulders, but behind the shoulders of the black rhino, and create wounds usually on either side there. And then the older that black rhino will become, once it does age a bit more, that sort of thing that looks like a wound from that roundworm will start to develop underneath the chest of the black rhino. A lot of people will mistake those wounds for fighting with another black rhino, but it's not the case. It's very interesting though. It will only affect black rhinos in the same area where you find black and white rhinos. It will not affect the white rhinos. There has been study after study done trying to figure out why this is the case. The last I heard, and still as far as I know, they haven't been able to figure out why it doesn't affect those white rhino. Sure, looking at the zebra from this angle, I was just thinking about it before, and I feel like it's even more exaggerated now. I feel like it's definitely not the right thing to say about the zebra, but I feel like he looks like a bit of a pork chop from this angle. Oh goodness, I'm being horrible to the zebra. Remember, the zebra's, he can't help it. His stomach system, he's got that one-chambered stomach system, producing lots of gases, so zebra's always bloated. But I feel like when the zebra was side on, I was looking at him compared to that eland. And I'm definitely not trying to body shame the guy here. It just looked like his stomach was huge. It looked like, you'd maybe eaten a little bit much. But sure, remember, a zebra does hold a lot of its muscle. Let's call it muscle, not weight, by his back legs there. Whereas the eland, look at the size of his shoulders. Look how well developed his shoulders are. We were talking about how big the neck of that male eland was. Look at that zebra just looking at me thinking, goodness, talking lies and filth. Got a few more zebra coming on the right hand side, just to give his friend some backup after he's got some abuse from me. Normal, I have seen Stompy. When did I? Yesterday. Yeah, I saw him yesterday. But as for today, I have not. So remember, Stompy's that zebra without a tail. If there's anybody who's not too sure who Stompy is, I'll show him. Saw him yesterday with those giraffe. Remember, it was so hot yesterday. There was those little mickeys flying everywhere. And from a fight with another male zebra, he's lost his tail and he's got just a few centimeters left of it. And shame, you could still see his little Stompy remnants of a tail moving all over the place, you know, the muscular sort of automatic action to try and chase away those little flies and insects and things like that. So he was really getting the raw end of the deal yesterday. I'll have a close look with the rest of the zebras here and see if we can spot him. And if I do, I will definitely zoom in on him. And the wind is starting to pick up a little bit now. And it looks like that zebra foal at the back's really not enjoying it. You can see he kind of had his head down a little bit, almost like he wasn't enjoying life. Similar positioning to the blesbok when they're kind of sleeping. Try and see if I can get a blesbok a bit later on having a little rest to show you what I mean. Kimmy, that's quite a creative question. In terms of a harem being created without a stallion, no, I feel like you have to have your stallion, you have to have your male there. Remember, the whole sort of concept of a harem is that it's kind of like almost like a family unit, you know, and one male from a different harem might try to steal a female from, you know, let's say Stompy, and so no, you need to have that stallion, you need to have the male in the group, in the harem. scanning across the plain here, and it looks like our zebras and eland that we can see here are amongst some of the most active of everybody. The buffaloes that we were looking at earlier, still resting, still lying down. I'm going to stay with our most active animals close to Scotia Dam here. Nice peaceful animals. I'll maybe reposition a little bit. I think in the meantime we're going to send you across to Lauren and see what she's up to.
No, I'm only joking. We've made it to the plains. Are you guys ready? Look at this. When we came here before, it was just dry grass. Now it is a ocean of yellow flowers. Isn't this just absolutely stunning? The flowers are, I believe the English name, which is quite poor, are drought flowers. But the species name is Nidorella resedifolia. And the Afrikaans name, we need to leave that one to Davi. I definitely won't be able to pronounce that, but wow. This is Madikwe. Took us a little bit to get to this point. But can you just imagine? We are going to bumble through it to try and find some animals in it to give you a bit of a better view, but we just wanted to do the great reveal to you. Imagine getting a cheetah walking through this sea of yellow. I actually love the color yellow, not to wear so much, but to look at. Just beautiful. We did see a wildebeest here the other day, but maybe some animals will avoid it. Susie Miller, you're saying, wow, this is so beautiful and it has made your wallpaper. I hope so. It's just, Davi and I came the other day, someone told us, have you guys been to the plains recently? And we said, no, we always get caught up with other sightings. We always bump into something or elephants at a water point. And we said, no. He said, you must go. You're going to be so shocked. And we turned the corner and we were shocked. These Nidorella species are scattered throughout the reserve. I put them on camera the other day, but not in vast quantities like this. It almost looks like the grass has got a layer of yellow icing. It's just amazing. And again, this is Madikwe, and we're not quite on black cotton soil yet, but as we go deeper into the plains, we will enter onto the black cotton soil. And that's why when it was really rainy a couple of weeks ago, we just wouldn't come to this area at all. Black cotton soil is like sticky, adhesive clay that will not let go of your tires. Can you imagine hunting for insects in here? Oh, must be wonderful. And although it's always lovely to have an animal to talk about, it's also sometimes nice to take in the views. This is really not too far away from where we had that sighting with the cheetah that killed the springbok and the cheetah was chased off by the elephants and the vultures came in. That was also on Escape to Nature. And if you think about what it looked like then, this really plays with your visual sense. It's just a surprising colour that you don't really expect here. It's maybe not smell or taste. Oh, that is a lovely breeze. Birdie, most flowers are not really self-pollinators as such. Most flowers, especially those that are brightly coloured for a reason. And that is to attract attention of those that can see those colours. Many animals, even butterflies actually, are really attracted to bright colours. Many insects, and they're drawn to sort of go towards that flower, and then naturally they're going to get pollen stuck on them, and then when they move from flower to flower, they will naturally spread the pollen. So they are pollinators. Pollinators are obviously absolute key to not only the survival of our sort of flower life, but to our life as well. And a lot of flowers can be both. They can self-pollinate and they can be pollinated by other animals. But with these guys, I only literally discovered what they were the other day. No one was able to tell me. So I'm not able to totally answer your question there. But the fact that they're really brightly coloured suggests to me maybe not so. I mean, bats, beetles, butterflies, hummingbirds, moths are all pollinators. Giraffes pollinate. There's a lot of wonderful animals that pollinate, but not actively. They're not actively trying to pollinate. They're obviously doing it indirectly. I believe there are over 2,000 species of pollinators. And some flowers really go all out to lure the pollinators, to lure the insects, to bring them, come to my flower. Like orchids. That's a very conventional way if you think about it. The fragrant perfume, the delicious nectar, the colourful blooms, it all looks so wonderful to us, but actually this flower is trying to draw in the insects for that reason, to become pollinated. But they're not all conventional. The mirror orchid actually mimics the appearance and the fragrance of the female sex pheromone of a particular wasp species. Now, this is where pollination gets very deep and very complex. And the male wasps are obviously immediately drawn to the fact that it looks and smells just like a female wasp, especially her sex pheromones. But it's actually just the orchid. The male wasp is drawn to the really alluring scent of the orchid, thinking it's a female, and it makes a really frenzied attempt to mate with this AKA.
So, unfortunately, we did lose Lauren and Jarvie there.
And we've got our eland still feeding peacefully here. Just going to pan across to the left-hand side a little bit.
It's the end of another year here at Wildearth. And what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wildearth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy holidays.
Sorry about that distorted audio there. Little difficulty, and there's always going to be a little technical spot every now and then, but I'm glad that we're back. We had some amazing visuals while what's happening there? We had some amazing visuals there while our audio was down. From our elands and zebras all the way across to our buffaloes, which you saw that were still resting. And I really wanted to come across from all of those eland and zebra to these blesbok. Let me move to the right a little bit more. Look at those whiter colours on the face there, that blaze on the face. Yeah, just because we've got these overcast sort of conditions today, these whiter colours on the blesbok face is just absolutely popping from the surrounding area. Looks like one male who's feeling quite frisky with the overcast weather. It seems to do it for him. Yeah, and it's been so interesting to see today how little ostriches. Sorry once again about those technical difficulties, but we are back, and we're back in action here. Got our blesbok still, we've got zebra, and I'm not sure if you managed to get me earlier, but I was saying it's been a little bit more difficult to find ostrich today, and we've managed to get one there on the right hand side of the frame. He was right at the back, he's just slipped out. But our buffaloes are now starting to slowly rouse themselves. Very small little blessbok calf there at the back, just in front of the zebra. You can see there's a few other ones, but that one on the left looks to be the smallest of them all. And look at the mother's head position. That's what I was talking about earlier. The funny head position when they're kind of resting. You know when you're watching TV and you're trying your best not to fall asleep, but your head slowly starts to kind of drop forward. I feel like that's the position of that blessbok with the calf. The zebra are about to interrupt her. So I feel like most people are either going to be one of two options. If you're at the TV, your head flops forward, or it goes backwards and you open your mouth. My brother's definitely the latter, and I laugh at it every single time. So those crows that we had earlier that were walking on the ground, I think you guys did manage to get them before we had a glitch. They were in the scotia tree earlier that we had behind those zebra, and they were going absolutely crazy. They were jumping around the tree, and there was a lot of audio. We were too far away to pick up any audio with the camera, but they were calling a lot. And I was zoomed all the way in with the camera. I was having a look with my binoculars. I'm sure there was a snake in the tree. Remember, birds will often go crazy if there is a snake, and I'm pretty sure that those crows had picked up on a snake. I did see one yesterday. We had a really hot day yesterday, remember? And with that weather, it's very likely that snakes do come out. I saw a boomslang, a male boomslang. So remember, male boomslang are going to be that more vivid green color, whereas your female boomslang is going to be a brownish type of color. And I mean, you do get a lot of generally green colored snakes, but remember, your boomslang's going to have a massive, massive eye. That's going to be one of the distinguishing features of the snake. You can see a few of our buffalo have roused themselves. Impala taking it easy right in the background there. But yeah, as much as I don't like snakes, I mean, it's quite cool to see them from far off, just as long as they're not very close to me. And the boomslang is definitely a very interesting snake. Very shy snake by nature. Doesn't really like interaction with people or anything like that. You think of your black mamba, which is a very aggressive snake. Your boomslang is the opposite. Quite a calm snake, quite a chilled out snake. Back-fanged snake. You know, you think of your mambas and your cobras. They're sort of fixed front-fanged snakes, whereas your boomslang is a back-fanged snake. So in order for him to inject his venom, he really has to chew his prey species. And so the prey that... Very rare. Combination of
more him being a shy snake, but also the fact that he is a back-fanged snake. These buffaloes have definitely got themselves a comfy spot, and they're not going to be going anywhere too soon. While they're taking their midday siesta, let's take you across to Lauren, who's on a bumble.
Sorry about earlier. We were having a fascinating conversation about pollination. It's actually one of my favourite topics, pollination, because you can really go very deep into it. There are multiple layers. It's not just a case of pollination being the process where pollen is transferred, if you like, from the anther to the stigma, from the male part to the female part. Yes, that's the definition, but that's not really all pollination is. And I don't quite know where you lost me earlier, but I was telling you about the mirror orchid. And the mirror orchid mimics the appearance, it looks like, and it smells like, in terms of pheromones, the female wasp. And the female wasp is a female wasp that's very much ready to mate. It smells like her sex hormones. So the male wasp actually, he makes frenzied attempts to mate with this female, aka orchid. Now, he's obviously not getting lucky and he's not mating, but he's trying very hard because he really believes it's the female, because those two senses that he relies on, vision and chemicals, are what the orchid is playing on. It looks like a female, and hey, it smells like a female, it must be a female. So it's a lure, and it's a false lure. And for all the efforts, I guess, the poor wasp does get a pollen sac, but it gets a pollen sac to its head, and it looks very comical if you Google it. Shame. Poor wasp, he's been deceived, and then he gets a big yellow sack of pollen on his head. But basically, the male just flies off. He understands, I guess, on some level that it's not successful, and he goes to another plant, and he makes the same mistake all over again. I actually feel really sorry for him. Now, this is known as a devious fertilization strategy because in terms of pollination, it's not real. It's pseudo-copulation. The male is not mating with the female. He's mating with the flower. So the flower has maximized a really devious strategy to ensure the wasp is pseudo-copulating. And this is known as exclusive pollination, because pollination can also occur when lots of different insects go to lots of different flowers. It's not exclusive. But here, because the mirror orchid has put so much effort into the strategy, it's become exclusive. The orchid relies entirely on this male wasp. And that's why it's evolved these mechanisms to not only look like the female, but to smell like her too. That's remarkable. There's also another orchid, I can't remember its name, I've got the Latin name written down somewhere, I'll find it. It pulls an even more elaborate trick. And what it does is it starts to smell like a really frightened bee. So it replicates somehow on a chemical level, it replicates the scent of a bee's alarm pheromone. So an alert, a scared bee that's releasing these chemicals because it's scared. This then attracts the bee-eaten hornets because they smell it. They say, bee, I can smell the bee pheromone, the bees are here. And the hornets come to eat the bee, but what they're actually doing, there is no bee, it's a flower. And they realize that when they get to the flower, but every single time they're tricked because they're chemical. And their chemical receptors are telling them, there's a scared bee over there. I can smell that scared bee's chemical. But there is no bee, it's a flower. And it's, again, pulling a really devious trick by luring the hornets, the bee-eating hornets, sorry, into a false sense of security. And this is flowers that are doing that. It's just unbelievable. You can go so deep into this topic. Even moths are never regarded as being pollinators. When people talk about moths, they don't say, those beautiful fluttering moths who pollinate. No, people say, fluttering butterflies, pollinators, but never moths. And that's because most of their work is done at nighttime. And therefore, their services are really often overlooked because we don't see it. Again, we're visual. We don't see it, so it ain't happening. And it was actually Darwin, I think, that revealed that moths are pollinators and they are working really, really hard. And I think it was a study from Madagascar, if I'm not wrong. And they studied an orchid with a really long nectar spur. Unusually so. It's a bizarre orchid. Again, I'll find the name for you if you're interested. And it's longer than any other insect in Madagascar could possibly feed on. So they realized this orchid has to be pollinated, but no insect that we can see during the day pollinates. So how is it being pollinated? Aha, thought Charles Darwin. Let's check at nighttime. Maybe the pollination is happening at nighttime. And lo and behold, it was. And it was a moth. Again, exclusive pollination. A moth with an 11-inch tongue. 11-inch, that's almost the size of a ruler. A ruler is 12 inches, just under 30 centimeters. And the moth, because of its tongue, well, its proboscis, sorry, that case that's incorrect, is exclusively getting the nectar from this orchid, and the orchid is exclusively getting pollinated by this specific moth. But because it was happening at nighttime, no one realized. And it's coevolution at its best. It's unbelievable. There are so many striking examples of pollination that really blow your mind when you sort of look at what has happened. These two species, botanical and animal, have evolved together to create this beautiful story, whether it is a devious one or not. And the orchid in that Madagascar example is basically elongating its spur to ensure that no matter what happens, the head of the nectar-seeking moth gets covered in pollen. That's all the flowers care about. The insect that arrives must get covered in pollen. If it comes to pollinate and escapes without any pollen on it, then it's not successful. So then the moth kept elongating its proboscis because the spur was getting longer because it wants the nectar. Maybe in 100 years' time there'll be a 15-inch proboscis. It's an adaptation. It's almost like the Red Queen at play. The Red Queen normally talks about predators and prey. And of course, over time, those adaptations are going to get more extreme. But yes, Carol, it's crazy, it's mind-blowing, and it's completely out of proportion. But the moth has evolved that long proboscis to get the nectar because the orchid keeps making that spur even longer. And you get different species of flies that are exclusive pollinators of different plants. When you really dig into pollinators, the relationship, especially insects, mostly insects, as pollinators with specific plants is really mind-blowing. But the moth is not the pollinator with the longest tongue, believe it or not. The longest tongue actually belongs to the tube-lipped nectar bat. And it belongs in Ecuador's rainforest. And I believe the tongue is 1.5 times the length of the bat's body. And it stores the tongue in its rib cage. I don't know how I feel about that. And it obviously unfurls it using muscular contractions to bring it out the mouth. And it obviously does this to be an exclusive pollinator of a nectar-rich plant, which must be so unbelievably delicious that they only want that plant. I believe it's a 3.5-inch long tongue. That's pretty long for a bat, especially if you're a teeny tiny bat. The plant is Centropogon nigricans. I wrote that down as well. And that's the pollinator with the longest tongue, I believe. In terms of the mammal world, sorry. Insects, mammals. But we need to keep allowing these sort of plants and pollinators to keep buzzing together. We need to make sure, it's one of the fundamental reasons why we need to protect our insect populations. Whether you like insects or not, it doesn't really matter. We're wiping them out drastically with chemicals and pesticides and sprays and all sorts of things. We really need to protect our insects. From the tiny ones that we really can't see to the big ones that maybe we don't want crawling all over us in our bedroom. But they are so crucial to life on Earth, and pollination is key. I love it. I have a huge book, Predators and Pollinators or something like that, about insects at home, and I just love diving into these examples of pollination. Okay, we're going to bumble through the plains and see if we can actually find some animals in among the yellow flowers.
So our cloud cover seems to be kind of burning off at the moment, and perhaps then with hotter weather and more sunlight, we will start to see the emergence of some of the mammal life around here. Although it's still a rather quiet time. As I said earlier, the wind dying down and very cool sounds of the bird life that are present. So rather cool watching how we did have rain earlier and then it dissipated, and of course how these clouds are kind of getting burnt up. But I'm sure it's a little system, so you probably find it's moved eastward of here. And let's just have a look to see who else is around. The geese have retired for the moment, and I haven't really seen too many lapwings either. So you can see really how calm it is at the moment. That waterhole surface really right now looks so glassy and almost undisturbed. So the wind completely dying down. just have to have a look. I think we've got a few lapwings that side. Let's see, I think there might even be our Egyptian geese that have actually moved across. And indeed, so our Egyptian geese have decided to relocate to this side of the dam. So quite cool. Clearly just taking the opportunity to rest up at the moment. Can't see any of the goslings either. And really quite disturbing if you consider how busy this waterhole can get. We've only seen 2 springbok in 2 days. So interesting to note. But of course it was expected that when the rains did come, there would be that access to the seasonal pans and the rest. So that has kind of dispersed the wildlife, at least for now, and we'll just have to wait and see. I'm sure it will pick up.
Okay, smile.
So we'll just have to wait and see. Of course, little green flushes here and there, and that is obviously attracting wildlife throughout. So it does seem that we don't have too much going on here at the moment. We'll obviously keep an eye out on the tab as to any movement that does occur, as well as having a look to see how our Egyptian goose family is. But with that being said, let us go across to Djuma and see what's going on there at the moment. And really quite a different scene here at the moment. Of course, we've got that rather loud audio. We did just have it of the cicadas. The woodlands kingfisher, of course, coming through too. It really has been a bird audio kind of day, at least on the waterhole cams. Really not much to write home about. So just having a little pan around, seeing if there isn't any movement within the thicket. Hoping that some of our resident waterbuck or nyala do come down. But again, same scenarios. Lots of food and vegetation for the herbivores right now, and with access to groundwater and pan systems, it does mean that they can disperse quite far. It looks to be that there's something in the tree up here, but it could just be a branch that is masquerading as something else. And unfortunately that was exactly the case. So kind of like when searching for water in a desert, and as makeshift or make-believe oases do spring to mind as a mirage. We have a mirage of animal shapes at the moment. Of course, our fish eagle that was around earlier has also moved off. So I'm going to have a look again to see if the water monitor, any of the terrapins have decided to pop out. So it looks like also with the eagle coming through earlier, our striated heron probably lodged himself further into this little vegetation or thicket line here. High elephants are great, and that is an interesting question. And I must say, at least here, while I've been at the waterholes here doing dam cams, perhaps seeing the hyenas wallowing and resting in the water in Mashatu, that was very interesting. Nice to always see the black rhinos up in Etosha, as well as the lions and that do come through. Always good to see elephants swimming in any of the waterholes. So at least for this last 4 months or so, that has been the highlights for me here. Nice to see the black lapwings, of course the terrapin. You can also just picture the terrapin's head moving in and around. So definitely not as many lapwings as we would see up in Kikuyu. There's times when you'll see almost flocks of them. They're like 16 at a time. But also good just to have these ones here anyway. And fairly common birds at most water bodies throughout southern Africa. It's not all the time you get to see a terrapin moving, so quite cool just watching it kind of flap about. I'm sure taking the opportunity to power up its solar batteries right now. Let us zoom back out and see if we can't pick up on any of the other small birds that might be around here. One of our starlings. And unfortunately not much to write home about, at least along the water's line. We'll just have to have a look into the thickets. Fortunately, being stationary, there's not much we can do. We have to wait on anything else to kind of approach us. And it seems that there's really not much around at the moment. Hi Joey, so any time of the year is a good time to view animals. It really is luck of the draw, but it is obviously a little bit more open in winter, being drier, less vegetation, so you can see further into the bush. But I think it also comes down to personal preference of when you like to spend time, say, in the bush. So not as humid or as hot generally in those drier months as well. But for me, this is my favorite time, and it really does mean that you probably just have to do a bit more moving around. As I said, wildlife does then disperse, and with that access to extra water and that is around, and of course plentiful food, they can kind of move about. So I think it's personal preference. But of course, the animals' numbers don't drop when it is summer or when it is winter either. The numbers of animals in the area are pretty much the exact same throughout the year. Obviously, there are seasonal movements with certain animals, but we can assume that in most systems, such as this, the animal numbers stay exactly the same. So with there not being too much going on, I think it's good just for us to sit back and enjoy some of the bird audio that is around. Hopefully something will start to come into frame, or we'll pick up on it walking through as well. So, in and amongst the woodlands kingfishers, those Cape Turtle does also a black-headed oriole. We'll just pick up the audio of that too.
I'm going to make a combination of the thorns and the bark. That's what I'm going to do. It's basically just a very big open system. But aren't they pretty? Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
Just enjoying very loud audio of the Woodlands Kingfishers at the moment. And just waiting to hear if anything else does decide to come through. I did mention that black-headed oriole. And a number of others that are around here too. So, cicadas that have also been going rather hectic as well, with it getting rather hot. They do kind of take over as well. But nice just to pick up this audio. Otherwise, just take it easy. So in amongst the Woodlands Kingfishers as well, you also would have picked up the tawny flanked Prinia as well. That was calling momentarily. But quite a peaceful scene. Of course, this is probably the best way to line ourselves up, because we do have those roads that do come towards Gari Dan, and there is generally an approach that would come from here. But we'll have another scan around just now. Otherwise, just waiting to pick up on anything that might be coming down. So time for us just to have a quick scan around. Let's have a look to see perhaps anything has decided to come join us. Doesn't seem like that is the case, but we'll never know if we don't have a look. Always good just to have a look in the little shady pockets and vegetation lines as well. So this is obviously a drainage line too, and the warthogs enjoy coming up and down it, as well as the Inyala. Sometimes it's very possible to pick up on the movement of something that might have snuck in there. And it doesn't look like that is the case at the moment. I think we'll go and head over to the other side. Perhaps something has started to move in onto that kind of open area. Looks like our terrapin has left that little sandy patch there as well, probably in the water now, having recharged. But yes, quite clearly, really nothing around at the moment. So, unfortunately, we've been unsuccessful here in Djuma and across in Okakuyo, at least for our quest to find some mammalian life. But where there is quite a bit of that going on, he's across with Nick and Karicha, and we're off to catch up with him.
May have been a little unsuccessful attempt to find some life, if I heard that correctly there. There's definitely no shortage of life here. Look at the diversity that we've got. Maybe pan to the side here. We've got our mussel on the side here. Look at there's a pumba moving in and amongst those buffaloes. Kind of moving there a little bit. That was a warthog. Yeah, look at this. What a lovely scene. So I've parked pretty much opposite Scotia Dam, and remember, these buffaloes have been very stationary for pretty much the whole day, and I'm kind of thinking now that the day is wearing on and that we've seen some signs of life from them, that they should start to come down towards the water for a little bit of a drink. Remember, they're very water dependent species. And then on top of that, I'm trying to get you guys in the best spot possible. Let me show you something else here. It might not be that easy to see on the TV, but in the center of the frame is the slightly worn patch. I don't know if you can see that. That's a game trail coming directly from the Blesbok towards me and then going down towards Scotia Dam. Remember, all these animals love to make use of a game trail. So I'm kind of hoping that you know, some of our animals might start to make their way down here. if they do come and use this game trail, I'll definitely just reverse a bit, give them the benefit of the doubt. Let me pan out a little bit for you. It looks like our buffaloes might be on the move. Those guys are actively feeding there, doing their thing. Oh, lovely. It looks like our bet might be paying off. Aniswa, thanks for the comment. I agree with you. It is. It's amazing to see the variety of wildlife that we've got going here. Look at all these buffalo moving in a line. We've talked so much about pathfinders, the pathfinder of the buffalo. And that would be this female right here on the right hand side of our frame. That's our pathfinder. Zebras in the background, eland in the background. And I would say our buffaloes are definitely going to be heading down for a drink towards the waterhole. See how vigilant they are. They walk every now and then, they're stopping. Remember, the wind is blowing significantly harder now, so they're just being alert, especially seeing as they're getting closer to the waterhole. They instinctively know, sorry about that, I bumped the camera with my hand. They instinctively know to be cautious, just to double check and see what's happening. The pathfinder, remember, is on our right hand side now. If she stops, there's a good chance the whole herd will stop and wait to see what happens. Some of the cavalry has crossed the road already. Kim, definitely, we're up close and personal. We're getting the best view that we can here. Still parked a little distance off, but you know, just so that we can try and get as much natural behavior as possible. Them stopping and starting like this, like we said, that's natural behavior. That's what we want to see. This little calf closest to us is quite comfortable in his skin. Everybody else is a little bit further away, but he's quite happy to be close to the vehicle. And if you haven't been able to join us for the whole of our escape to nature, remember you can jump on our app even for the sunrise, have a look at some of the highlights, some of the best bits, and catch up on all that you've missed. Alright, let's pan a little bit more across here. Everybody's starting to go down to the water. Oh, look at that little young one running down to the water. He's figured out they're going down there. He wants to get stuck in. Yeah, we are so close. I'm zoomed out all the way that we can. All the way that we can go. I'm losing my words. I'm so excited here. Look at this buffalo heading down to the water. It's always amazing, you know. You see them starting off like we did in a line, the pathfinder leading the way, everybody kind of reading the script and following behind her. Oh, amazing. There is a little bit of a dip down there, I think, where they've just gone to. So we can just see one or two heads poking up. But I'm sure as the rest of the herd starts to move down, there's still many more that are coming, crossing the road that we saw earlier. It's going to push more and more of the herd around the water, and we should start to see them there. Very alert, this big female here, looking to see what's happening. It's a lovely bull, that one there. All of these bulls, that one at the back was kind of just starting to jump up on the other one, almost in a mounting position. You'll quite often see that with buffalo as a sign of kind of trying to dominate other ones. You can see both of these buffalo have got some dried mud on them from yesterday. So you see how these buffalo have headed straight down towards the waterhole itself. No mud wallowing today. Big Bull, thanks for your comment. In terms of the horn shape, why are they different? That's just going to be genetics. That's variable from one individual to another. Even within this herd, it's hard seeing as we've had them moving the whole time now, but even amongst the herd there will be major differences. Some horns sort of bowing down quite low, others laterally moving across quite a lot. There'll be a lot of difference amongst different individuals. So it's not like this is a subspecies or anything that we've got here. This is the Cape buffalo, the same species of buffalo we get throughout the rest of South Africa. It's just genetics that we need to take into consideration here. Wow, look at this bull here, every now and then looking up at us. It's a lovely pose he gives us when he does.
David, thanks for the question there. The hairiness of the buffalo. In certain areas there may be, but this is quite normal in terms of what we're seeing here. Little photo bomb here. Yeah, this is quite normal in terms of what we're seeing. I wouldn't say these ones are hairier than normal. The little calves will definitely be hairier than the adults. I know in terms of sort of lions, the lions in the Okavango Delta, especially the females, are slightly more hairy than other lions, just because they've become so well adapted to hunting in the water. See the buffalo trotting up here. The Hadidars were alarm calling, and that's caused them to lose their confidence. Amazing how much something like just a Hadidar can do in conditions like this when it's very windy. I know you can't see how windy it is, but it's affected the whole herd. There is nobody that's drinking right now. Got this female here coming to investigate and see what's happening. Look at that high head position, focus and intent. Lovely picture. That's the type of posture that you want for your image. Wow. See how both ears were forward? You could see all. Can see she's starting to relax down a little bit. It was just that initial flight or fright from those Hadidars taking flight. That's the tongue twister for the day. That caused the ripple effect through the herd of caution, warning. Very alert cow, this one. See, it looks like everybody's slowly starting to leave the waterhole now. The vast majority of these buffaloes are on the left here. Just a quick drink. I guess today hasn't been super hot. So you can see the different shaped horns here. Look at this buffalo closest to us. Still quite a youngish one. The horns are still developing. But I mean, if we move to the right, this one at the back, that bull, this guy here, if he looks at us, you'll see the shape of his horns. He's got a beautiful shape to his horns. Nice there, we can see the difference between a male and a female. Look on the forehead where the horns join. Male at the front on the left, there's a lot more horn mass, horn structure compared to the cow at the back, who's got horns but not nearly as pronounced, that boss, that there's not as much horn mass in the center there. Very nice comparison there. Both beautiful individuals. Raymond, in terms of the strongest sense of the buffalo, they're all almost equally as well developed as each other, although I would say the sense of smell is very, very well developed.
However, the other two are not far behind.
So as mentioned, just taking in the sights and scenes, looking at all the cumulus clouds that are kind of building towards the distance there, but a lot of the cloud cover has burnt off. And that blue that is coming through is rather pretty right now. So clearly with that rain, the atmosphere kind of does then clean itself to some degree. A lot of those dust particles and the rest returning to ground with the rain falling. So it is very clear at the moment, rather pretty. So I suppose time for us to have a closer look and see what is going on. Nice audio still with weavers that are calling in the background. One or two others. And I think the Egyptian geese are still on the other side of the dam. But otherwise, pretty barren. So just trying to see if those geese are still this side. Otherwise, we'll try and pick them up, because they've been good to us of late, them and their goslings. There's one springbok, so the grand tally for 2 days is 3 springbok. Of course, rather far away. And that makes it 4 springbok. So we are on an average of 2 springbok a day at the moment here in Kikuyu, at least for the last 2 days. And they look like they are quite set on walking off and being in the distance. So chances of us getting a closer look probably quite slim. So we will spend time with the bird life that is here. A little bit of guinea fowl action as well. Just pick up the audio of them too. It looks like the geese have shifted on. That might be them over here. Let's just have a look. Seem to have been mistaken. So nice to see that there is some life, although quite far away from us. But it's time for us to check in again with Madikwe and see what's going on there.
Oh, sorry about that, everyone. I didn't receive any comms there. Apologies. Excellent view of a giraffe. Sorry, we were not quite ready. He is very close to the car. Oh, don't move, boy. We'd like to show everyone your gorgeous face. There we go. Giraffes are one of the best pollinators of the knobthorn trees. They love the knobthorn flowers, my goodness. It's a spring flower. And once they start to bloom, my goodness, you'll see giraffes everywhere. And giraffes are actually believed to be one of the only sort of large mammals, because obviously bats are mammals, but large mammal pollinators. Because it's normally small creatures like bees, like bats, like birds, again, like insects. But the giraffes go right in. It's not eating knobthorn right now, by the way. I'm just continuing talking about pollination. When the giraffes sort of go into the flowers, the pollen actually sits on its head and neck. And then, of course, when it goes from knobthorn to knobthorn to knobthorn, it just deposits the pollen. And if you think about it, if a giraffe is eating all your flowers, you're benefiting because it's pollinating, but it's eating your flowers. That's proposing a little bit of a contradiction there, because surely it's costly if the giraffe is eating all your flowers. So knobthorns are actually known to produce sterile flowers. And this dilutes the amount of reproductive flowers that a giraffe can eat. So obviously the giraffe will eat some of the reproductive ones, but it will also eat the sterile ones. So the tree itself has actually sort of evolved a mechanism to counteract that, if you like. The flowering season is also extremely short. It's a great season, especially in the low veld, but it's very, very short. And it's short because a giraffe can't eat all the flowers. Lots of different mechanisms sort of evolve together. And if you think about it, insect pollinators, they have the advantage of being able to fly. They can fly from flower to flower to flower. They can go where they want, really, and disperse all the pollen that they collect. But giraffes, although they can't fly, remarkably, they can cover about 16 kilometers per day. Visiting many, many different knobthorns per day. So 45% of the pollination of knobthorns is actually said to be done by giraffes. That's almost half. That's very impressive figures. Okay, let's just go around the corner and see if we can spot. There are other giraffes around here. Just to let you know, MC, I don't have any comps. Ah, not just giraffes. We've got the sleepy foals as usual. Sorry, Darby. Do you want me to reposition? Let's just sit for a moment and admire the scene. Look at the giraffes in the background and the little zebra foals trying to sleep. If you think about it, the topic that I actually started talking about at the start of Drive was the senses. And obviously now we're diving deep into pollination, but if you think about it, they're actually really closely linked. Because it's the senses that drives insects, bats, birds, giraffes to all pollinate. Because they're being drawn to something. Mostly it will either be the sweet, delicious scent of nectar, and they just want it, they can smell it, they're going to go straight to that flower. Or it's the color, or it looks like a wasp, it looks like the female wasp that they want to mate with. So they tune to their senses, and that makes them, they're sort of lured towards the flower, whether it's deceptively so. So the act of pollination actually relies heavily on one's own sensory apparatus. I didn't see the link there, but I do now. The flowers wouldn't have any success at drawing in any animal, whether it is a tiny insect or a huge giraffe, without tuning into the senses, without sort of ensuring that somehow they are attracted to your flower. And as I mentioned earlier, there are just so many wonderful examples. You could go on and on and on. And what's interesting when you think about it within humans, from birth, from a very young age, we actually recoil from bitter substances. We don't like bitter. But then, as we sort of grow into an adult, we can actually override these responses and appreciate things like beer, chocolate, dark chocolate, coffee. All of these things are quite bitter. I guess black coffee would have to be. But we can sort of override these things that when we are born, our automatic instinct is to recoil from them. And when you think about odors, they're completely different from tastes, because they are strongly linked to associations with experiences in humans, believe it or not. And I know this is not a very nice thing to think about, but as a human babies are really not disgusted by the smell of poop. Feces. It's not very nice to think about. They're not. It's just poop. But when you get older, adults really form negative connotations with that and are quite literally revolted and disgusted by human feces. But that wasn't there as a child. That sort of developed through experiences. And one thing I was reading recently, because adults vary so much in their olfactory likes and dislikes, the US Army actually tried to develop a stink bomb for crowd control. When you get these big crowds that are out of control, you develop a stink bomb to release. It's not going to harm everyone, but to try and attempt to obviously gain control over those huge audiences. And they could not find one single smell that was actually universally disgusting to all cultures. Because if you have a big audience, maybe it's like a music concert, you're going to have a multitude of cultures and people of all different ages and sort of backgrounds there. And through all the trials and all the testing, they could not find one single smell that disgusted everyone. So imagine if that's just the variety in humans, imagine the variety in the animal kingdom, not just interspecifically between species, but intraspecifically on an individual basis. I don't believe for 1 minute that all of these zebras here, all age groups, different sexes, different sizes, will all have the exact same sort of olfactory capabilities. There must be differences. And then when you compare the mammals as a broad category, well, then it gets really complicated. Because mammals are so diverse. You can't just lump everything together. Think of fish. Fish do detect chemicals in the water, but then you look at one specific fish, and that's a catfish. They are like walking, well, no, they don't walk, sorry. They are like swimming tongues. Sounds very gross, but they actually have taste buds spread all over their bodies. From the tips of their whisker barbels to their tail, their entire body are taste buds. Amazing, amazing diversity in our animal kingdom, especially the sensory world. my goodness, everyone. I did not think I would ever face my fears like this.
So the geese have decided to get vocal and pop back out. They haven't yet got to the water. And we literally are just watching and waiting there. The geese are now in the water. They've snuck in. Haven't been able to see the goslings just yet. We'll try and have a look. And the goslings just behind, so in between the two parents there. Quite a relaxing scene. So quite cool with all those spur files as well. Lovely and raucous sound that they do make. Nice to pick up on different audio as well. kind of chaperoning the little chicks out or the goslings out onto side here of the waterhole. We're going to try and get a closer look. I'm assuming they will probably get to a little bit of feeding. Nice little green shoots for them all here. Hopefully the wind will behave and we'll be able to actually see them correctly. So you'll just notice one or two of them kind of getting tired and plonking down, then getting up and feeding as well. So very cool watching what goes on with these little guys as well. Quite a bit smaller than the ones we have seen in Djuma, but nice to see them regardless. So quite an interesting little scene playing out here with the two of them. But just for those of you who have tuned in, of course, there is a fireside chat on the 7th. And it obviously is with sadness. In our hearts at Wild Earth had the news, or got the news of Nkanyeni's passing. She was a leopardess that lived wild and free. And Wild Earth will miss her dearly. So if you do have any favorite memories of this charming leopardess, do send them through to Nkanyeni at wildearth.tv. And of course, that fireside chat will then be on the 7th of this month. So do come through, do come join, and of course share the memories with us. You would have also just seen one of the little terrapins sneak back in there, but quite cool just to see grass around the waterhole as well. And of course that is what the geese are feeding on. So both the parents and the little goslings. So just watching our little Egyptian goose family here as they forage along the waterhole edge. That's quite cool and peaceful anyway with them. It really is cool watching youngsters move around like this, and these goslings really are rather endearing, getting lost in amongst the concrete at the moment. The parents keeping a beady eye, or watchful eye on them. They're pretty amazing how they've kind of just vanished from sight. You'll just be able to see one or two of them, but obviously far smaller than the concrete itself, so they do get lost and hidden away. So that hoopoe's still calling, and of course our little goslings and the Egyptian geese in frame at the moment. kind of struggling to keep up with where everyone is going. I'm going to just zoom back out. Let's make sure that we do have as many of our Egyptian goose family in frame as possible, because it is really quite cool watching them all go about a little forage. So it's still quite precious. Of course, the goslings getting lost in the concrete. Very cool. Nice to watch this going on. It's not every day we do get to spend some time with Egyptian geese as well as watching them forage. That looks like swimming lessons will now commence again after a little forage. We'll just have to watch and see though. So really quite cool. And they've been so awesome just to sit and chill with. It's been awesome. The wind is playing a little bit with us there. I'm going to zoom out. Let's also just check to see if perhaps we don't have anyone else that might have decided to grace us with their presence, although my feeling is that isn't the case. We'll come back and join our Egyptian geese now, though. High elephants are great. And most definitely animals are more in tune with their environments and surroundings, and I think to some degree life in general, being able to pick up on a number of different kind of things, and perhaps things that we might have kind of begun to overlook in terms of that. So that natural kind of resonance that does occur when you are in the bush, and it does build as well. I suppose when not only in the bush but in a wilderness area, you know, your senses are heightened. So there are a number of things that they also can pick up on. So lower levels of bass and that kind of thing as well. So seismic activity, but I think also perhaps being better judges of character. That may be pertaining more so to elephants than most things, but definitely levels and higher levels of, I suppose, natural appreciation of natural laws and energy fields and that kind of thing that then does go on with animals. So sixth sense, I don't know, kind of tough sometimes to generalize on really what those sixth senses might be, but definitely more ingrained and more in tune senses without a doubt. It's still quite awesome. Got our two parents, 5 little goslings, and it looks like the foraging party has now begun in earnest. Just taking off all these little green shoots that have started to pick up here. I'm hoping the wind plays ball with us and the camera is a bit stable, so you can just watch how they'll obviously forage and graze the green shoots.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers.
So just watching what is going on with the little goslings, the geese, because we just did have one of them chase off a terrapin. So just watching what's going on. Looks like 3 of them taking the opportunity to rest, other 3 kind of swimming about and feeding along with their mother. So it's been rather spectacular sitting here with our Egyptian geese, but it is time for us to check in again with Nick and see what's going on in Kericha.
From one bird species to another. I've got some amazing news. It looks like we may have potentially found, it's hard to tell because I haven't seen any, but potentially found an ostrich nest. So I drove past here, when was it, yesterday? I saw a male lying down. Didn't think much of it because the males, you know, they do lie down to rest. I drove past again now and one of these females was lying down as well. Then this male who's just gone out of frame started to approach. A second female was lying down about 40 meters away. She got up and she came here, and they've all had their head down, poking around here. You can see there's a few shrubs and things, but I am 90% sure that there may be some eggs down there. So if that is the case, we're definitely going to be sticking around here and keeping an eye on things, you know, just keeping tabs. Oh, look at that. See, there's a bit of territoriality is not the right word, but remember with ostrich nests there'll be a major hen. There'll be like a dominant hen. A little bit of pecking going on there. Yeah, so sure, this is amazing. This is going to be so interesting to see what happens. I'm definitely going to be keeping a close eye here. I mean, just imagine if we managed to get brand new ostrich chicks. I mean, we could get them minutes old. So I drove past along the road and I was a little bit closer, and when I kind of thought that there may be eggs there, I reversed up a little bit because obviously we want to be as sensitive as possible to these ostriches here. If there are eggs, we don't want to have any type of impact. So like I said, we're going to keep a close eye on things over the coming days. And as excitable as this is, we must still bear in mind that you can see all the little shrubs and things in the foreground. Those baby ostrich will be tiny when they're born, if there are eggs there, which like I said, I'm quite sure there are. So it will be very difficult to see them there until they kind of move into more of a slightly grassy area. Kelly, in terms of ostrich nests, it's not much of a nest. It's more kind of the eggs are really just laid on the ground, and not sort of cryptically coloured either. If you compare it to other birds, they're quite big, creamish coloured eggs, whitish creamy colour. And the reason for there being not much of an actual nest and a sort of that lack of camouflage is because of the incubation. The parents will incubate the eggs. So normally it will be the female who incubates during the day and the male at night. But I mean, obviously that's not a set rule. So when I drove past it the other day and saw that male lying down, I didn't think too much of it. The parents will peck around and just keep the nest area kind of clean. You can see those females keep putting their heads down, especially that one on the right, and just double checking to see what's happening down there. So up ahead on the road, it kind of goes down a little bit and then upwards, which would afford a different view of the nest. But like I said, for the moment, I'm not going to push any type of luck here. As great as it would be to see if there's eggs there or what's happening, we're being super sensitive. The conditions today, it's very windy as well, so we want these ostriches to feel very comfortable. So remember, for ostriches, the male ostrich will mate with many different females. And then in terms of a clutch of eggs, like we said, there'll be a major hen. She will lay her eggs usually kind of first, and that would form part of the center of the nest itself. Then your more minor hens will lay eggs around the outside, and I guess in terms of doing that also is a form of protection, if you want to call it that. That if some potential threat did manage to grab one of the eggs, it's very unfortunate, but it would be one of the minor hen's eggs. It wouldn't be the sort of the dominant female, if you want to call it, the major hen. It wouldn't be her eggs. And you can see how focused both of them are with this area here. There's definitely something of interest down there. The male that was lying down there, when was that, yesterday or the day before, he did get up and then sit back down. He definitely didn't seem like the biggest chap around. And I remember I kind of dismissed him so easily in terms of, potentially incubating any eggs. And that was a rookie error. I'll own up to that, my word.
But what an incredible little find here. I mean, imagine the viewing that this could produce for us. So yesterday we did see some little ostrich chicks running around, 7 of them to be exact, and we saw how small they are. You know, that more sort of almost yellowish color, really, rufous yellowish with the stripes on the head, down the neck. But I mean, we've got a chance to see the whole story here. I feel like Sir David Attenborough and the BBC crew are missing out. They're at the wrong place at the right time. But no need to worry, we've got the Wild Earth crew here. All we need to do is put on a bit of a Sir Dave voice when those youngsters pop out. We've got an absolute spectacle of nature here. Oh goodness, makes me super excited to think what we might potentially have here. So that male that we saw at the start of the scene has kind of moved off. I can still see him. He's about 60 meters away. Doing a little bit of feeding, probing around. Yeah, I guess like we said, usually the female will incubate during the day and vice versa. But I guess, you know, like we said, it's not a set rule. You know, if that female gets hungry, she needs to feed. She'll move around. She needs to eat. Julia, I agree. Super, super exciting. What a way to end our day here at Kariega. So in terms of the positioning of where this nest is, quite a little distance away from any certain area that's going to attract a lot of animals, like the mud wallows, where we've seen the buffaloes mud wallowing, like the water holes where we see the Scotia Dam, where we've seen giraffe drinking, which is a good thing. They don't want to have too much activity coming past here. A little bit more of a peaceful, secluded spot. And you can see how, in terms of exactly where they are, a little bit more in the shrubs and the forbs and things like that there, not right out in the open in the grasses. So there's a little bit of cover to keep them concealed. And when I drove past, that female was lying down on the eggs, on the clutch, with just a little bit of her head poking up. So she's chosen an amazing spot. But what an amazing way to end our escape to nature. Keep your eyes peeled, guys. We're definitely going to be keeping a close eye on this nest. And I hope you continue to join us. What a cracker day. Boom shakalaka.